Hi, guys. My name is Connor. I work for a beautiful show named Counterpoints. I am not a part of the game within. However, we're going to go ahead and leave their stuff up here because we can't we can't reset the scene. That's okay, though. That's okay, though. It's still a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day to be live with you fine folk. I'm going to be sending out invitations to Twitter. I'm going to be sending it out to my other YouTube channel. I'm going to be sending it out to my Discord so we can get some of you beautiful fine folks in the chat with us today. But just to share a game plan, we are going to be doing a news breakdown, news roundup, kind of how we have been doing over the past few days. We will be covering Nick Fuentes, Vosch, and Tucker Carlson in breakdown segments today. So we actually have a pretty full docket. So I'm really excited to be covering it with you. Now, if you will indulge me a moment, I'm actually going to go to the Valor Media Network YouTube channel. I'm going to click the share link, and I'm going to get some other of our beautiful fine folks in with us today. If you do have questions or concerns, or if you do have anything that you want to say, go ahead and type it into the chat and I will address you momentarily. So at everyone, sorry, edit message. I am live on Valor all day. Shared link. Boom. And I am sorry for the lack of like coherent announcement, but you know, it's a brand new day. We're figuring out the technology, we're figuring out the aesthetics, we're figuring out how to get people converted over from my previous channel Counterfire. We are figuring out how to get people over from Twitter, and we're trying to build up the stream. So it is going to take a little bit of time. However, I am still very confident that we can build something beautiful together. And then just kind of discussing what I've been seeing. There are new developments in the news as far as this one. As far as like, we criticized Cory Booker a little bit because we felt like his, filibuster against no legislation was largely symbolic. I still feel that way a little bit, but he did go for 25 hours, which is a congressional record. So that is impressive in a way, and we should give kudos where kudos are due. Also, the tariffs are coming down, which means that the rubber is going to be hitting the road for the Trump administration. And that means that rather than just speculation about how Trump is doing a bad job, we're actually going to have statistics about how his work impacts the economy. So it's all good. Christian Valeris says, Wick was a little mad. He wanted to yell at you. He thinks terrorist supporters with visas get First Amendment rights. He is wrong. It is 6 a.m. for me. Well, Astronaut Farmer, it's good to see you. I was hoping that we would have some more friends come over. So thank you for being here. I know it's very early. Sean Kaplan, good morning, Connor. Good to see you. The Crawling Chaos. Hello there, just a random EU person listening to you talk. Well, thank you for being here. We already have 20 beautiful souls with us today, so I do appreciate it. We'll get into the news. I want to be respectful of everybody's time. And for those of you who don't know, and thank you for reminding me, Christian Valeris, I participate in a debate space called Twitch and YouTube Politics. There are people who debate the topic du jour every single day. And one of those gentlemen is by the name of Wick. And he is a sensible Democrat, I would say. And we can yell at each other today. I have no problem. But he actually scheduled us for debate yesterday. And I flaked on it because we streamed for 7 hours and I forgot that I had that commitment. So that's very rude of me, very bad of me. My apologies to the Wick TV family. However, we will amend that sin today. New channel, Mr. Bombastic. No, well, yes and no. So, Mr. Bombastic, good to see you. It's good to have so many regulars. Astronaut Farmer, Christian Valeris, Mr. Bombastic, Harmonic Fox. It's good to see all of you. So, I very much appreciate you seeing you this early in the morning. It's fantastic. But kind of a new channel. Okay, so let me explain it to the folks who might be new, who might just be coming in. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel called Counterpoints 40K. It's a science fiction or science fantasy breakdown channel where I break down the wonderful world of Warhammer. It is moderately successful. I got 100,000 subs and I make not enough money to go full time, but I do make a substantive amount of money off of that channel that allows me to help pay my bills. I bumped into Ken from Valor Media Network. And he wanted to start an initiative in order to create a new channel for young men to have an alternative space to go that was different from Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, all of the people on the right that seem to be like poisoning the next generation of men. And I was like, wow, that's exactly what I want to do. Can I please come work for you? Lucky for me, he said yes. And then I said, one of the ways that I could help is by building a live stream. I can stream every day for 6 months. We can try to build a reasonable sized audience. We can use the network that we previously have in order to collaborate and cross pollinate and see if we can build something cool. And he was down for the idea. So barring any major fudge ups, barring me saying anything too crazy for Mr. Ken, we should be here for 6 months creating political content. If we have a nice base of support, if we make a decent amount of money, then we'll be here in perpetuity creating content for your consumption and enjoyment and information and entertainment. If we fail, then I'll be going back to the wage cage. But you know what? Nothing ventured, nothing lost, but also fortune favors the bold, right? So Casey is right. Like the stream. Casey from LJ, another regular. Thank you kindly for dropping by. So yeah, Chase, sup dudes? Hey, good to see everyone. Good to see that everybody's in a good mood. That's awesome. Now, what we're going to do though is we are going to do the news roundup. The first day was like 2 hours. I don't think I'll be able to do 2 hours of news, but I pulled the first dozen articles that I thought were interesting. We're going to read them. We're going to break them down. After that, we will be watching Nick the Knife Fuentes, one of the strongest dissident right-wing creators on the planet, and we'll be breaking down and criticizing his content. Then we will be criticizing a far left figure who is also a revolutionary socialist. I know that he's quote unquote libertarian, but he goes by the name Vosch. He's also a controversial figure who could use some criticism. And then finally, we'll be doing Tucker Carlson talking about the Ukrainian conflict with another Ukrainian war skeptic. And I will be articulating why I think that they are jerks as well. So realistically, we have a very sick content docket. So I'm pretty excited. Nexarex says we need more fighters on our team, people who are willing to fight on behalf of others. Honor matters. You are right. For those of you who don't know what the definition of honor is, because that's not something that I knew as a child, honor is having a higher level of conduct and then performing to that higher level of conduct that leads to self and community esteem. You are right. Our society needs more honor. I agree with you. We will be criticizing people, in my opinion, who do not have very much honor. The Crawling Chaos says we will crap on everyone. Well, listen, I know that negativity is not everybody's cup of tea, but let's be real. If it bleeds, it leads, right? Sean Kaplan says likes for the algorithm god, subs for the subscriber throne. Thank you, Sean Kaplan. You have the enthusiasm that we're looking for today. Razzle Smasher says I generally like Booker. I think he's a good man, but also I think he's a little too nice to truly meet the moment. I mean, you're not wrong. And then Mr. Bombastic says, Odontes Fortuna Iuvat, which I do think is fortune favors the bold. You can correct me. Vosch ain't a threat to anything other than we'll get into the memes when we get into the content. But let's give Mr. Cory Booker his due, okay? So watch moment that Cory Booker ended his 25-hour speech, the longest in Senate history. Now, my criticism yesterday, I did want to update this, was that there was no legislation on the floor and there was no appointments pending. And so this was effectively a 25-hour speech. Now, a lot of Democrats really liked this because they thought the speech was quite substantive, despite being 25 hours. That's also a feat of endurance, particularly if this guy's in his 40s or 50s. Cory Booker, let's see how old he is. Staying awake for 25 hours and speaking for 25 hours is a physical feat. Cory Booker, age. Yeah, this gentleman's 55 years old and he did a 25-hour speech. That is a testament. Cocaine? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Yeah, so let's just see how he wraps it up. Because I think that despite the effort being largely symbolic, we can still give the man some props. So let's take a look.
Thanks to our momentum of discovery, Dana-Farber has played a foundational role in more than half the cancer drugs approved by the FDA. So people aren't just living with cancer, they're living beyond it.
Yeah, sure.
But I know who does have the power. the people of the United States of America. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. It is time to heed the words of the man I began this whole thing with, John Lewis. I beg folks to take his example of his early days where he made himself determined to show his love for his country at a time the country didn't love him, to love this country so much, to be such a patriot that he endured beatings savagely on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, at lunch counters, on freedom rides. He said he had to do something. He would not normalize a moment like this. He would not just go along with business as usual. He wouldn't know how to solve it. But there's one thing that he would do that I hope we all can do, that I think I did a little bit of tonight. He said for us to go out and cause some good trouble, necessary trouble, to redeem the soul of our nation. I want you to redeem the dream. When our founder said we must mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
He's about to make me cry.
We need that now from all Americans. This is a moral moment. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. Let's get in good trouble. My friend, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Listen, it is a publicity stunt.
Now we can
okay? That was and is a publicity stunt. It's not filibustering any legislation. It's not holding up any appointments. But we should give him credit. 25 hours speaking extemporaneously about politics. And then also some people were criticizing him for potentially crying during the speech or whatever. It's like, listen, after 25 hours, you're going to be a little sensitive. Okay. Not just that, but in case you couldn't hear, because the volume was very low, at least it was very low on my end. He was citing a civil rights activist who said that we should cause some good trouble. A man who was willing to go into white establishments and get beaten, a man who was willing to participate in freedom rides. There were people who were a part of the freedom rides who did get murdered. And so it was a dangerous activity to participate in the 1960s. And he believed that his cause was just. His cause was to normalize relations between white and black Americans, to get black Americans access to better opportunities, to try to break down the barriers that were holding people apart, both legislatively and culturally. And so as a result, he's a black man. I'm a white man. I could see how that would be more emotional if you felt like you were trying to follow in that guy's footsteps. So while we can find it a little cringe or a little bit sappy or a little bit this or a little bit that, I think we should reward earnestness. I think we should reward persistence. And so it's easy to be cynical about what he did, but God bless him. Good for him. If he believes that the United States of America is in a political and social crisis and he is doing what he can, okay, very based. Very based. So we can hate on him a little bit, but not too much, okay? Then there was somebody who made a comment. Spirit Walker said, good morning, Connor and guys. I did come back to watch the vid yesterday, and I really wish I didn't have to leave. I had a lot of thoughts on it. And by the way, I am a woman. I come over from Midas. Well, thank you, Spirit Walker. I do appreciate you coming to hang out with us today. It's great. We already have around 30 people. That's more than we had the first day. I think we got some Twitter and Counterfire people coming over to hang out. And so as a result, I'm ecstatic to hang out with you guys, and hopefully we can build the channel. So I am ecstatic. Now, this is a little bit sad. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I did just want to let you guys know that Val Kilmer is dead. He did fight cancer for a substantive amount of time, to the point that he was shown in a documentary in his cancer riddled state. He was also in the new Top Gun movie with his cancer issues going on. He was 65 when he passed. But if you do remember, Val Kilmer was in Tombstone, which was a phenomenal cultural touchstone. He was in Top Gun, phenomenal cultural touchstone. He was in Heat, which was one of the original like tactical bank heist movies, which was another phenomenal cultural touchstone. And so as a result, I think we should just, say 07s in chat, so for new people, O is a head or 0 is a head, and then 7 is an arm and a salute. And so when you type 07s in chat, you're effectively saluting someone. And so, we are saluting, I am saluting Val Kilmer. We should fondly remember the human beings who come before us, who touch our culture in positive ways that are fun, So he's with Big E now. True. Believe of Bob. Yep. He's with the God Emperor of the universe. So I hope that he finds peace moving on from the mortal coil. I don't have much else to say about that, except for he was a fantastic actor in fantastic art that probably touched all of our lives a little bit. And Batman for sure. Christian Blair says Chris Sherrills had the best M4 reload in cinema history. True. He was a bank robber who had a lot of kinetic experience, I guess is the best way to put it, where Val Kilmer's character was in a firefight with law enforcement. That's bad. Don't be in firefights with law enforcement. But he gets behind cover when he runs out of ammo. He pops out the magazine. He slaps it home. He hits the bolt release. He stands back up and he gets back into the fight. So while we shouldn't valorize violent bank robbers too much in our society, we can valorize the technical skills that make them, proficient warriors. We don't have to like the cause in order to admire the skills of a warrior. So yeah. That's Val. We will miss him, and we'll miss what he contributed to our society. Tesla sales dropped 13% in first quarter as Elon Musk backlash and aging models hurt demand. So this is one of the things that I'm not going to read, because I think we can kind of just we can talk about the news headline without having all the details. But I do encourage you to read more stories. Tesla sales dropped 13%. Tesla is obviously taking a political hit because of the shenanigans of Mr. Elon Musk. I think that I am curious. The narrative a decade ago was that Elon Musk is a brilliant man with a touch of Midas. Anything he touches is gold. Him doing SpaceX, him doing Tesla, him doing PayPal, him doing this, him doing that. He's effectively a modern Nikola Tesla. He's a modern Thomas Edison. He's a real world Tony Stark. And I think that that's the aesthetic that he wanted to have in the world. But the truth is, he's kind of a spurg. He's kind of a I don't know how else to say that. He's a gentleman who doesn't seem to have much social self-awareness. And so he tied himself to the Trump administration aggressively. He bought Twitter, which I will admit I'm sympathetic to as far as like being a more center-right person. I'm sympathetic to the point that like liberal and progressive culture dominated social media. However, what we have seen is the total inversion of what conservatives were complaining about a decade ago. This is actually worth talking about. A decade ago, in the late 10s, middle 10s, as a right-leaning person, it felt like being a fan of Jordan Peterson, being a fan of Ben Shapiro, being a fan of the Daily Wire and conservative news was almost an act of rebellion against a social media progressive and liberal hegemon, where if you said something a little crazy about race, or said something a little crazy about COVID, or a little crazy about elections, or a little crazy about BLM, you at minimum would be like community noted, or you would get a suspension, or you would get this, or you would get that, right? And so there was always this pressure to kind of adopt the liberal or progressive narrative about events as they came out. But there are things that were just so obviously not a part of the liberal narrative. Kyle Rittenhouse, as an example, that entire situation was, from a conservative perspective in particular, was 100% justified self-defense and protecting your community. But the liberal and progressive establishment decided that Kyle Rittenhouse was a villain. Well, truth has a way of kind of punishing people who ignore the facts that are inconvenient to their narratives. And so there was a backlash that I think got Trump into power in 2020, in 2025 now, and also back in 2016. Now, the problem with that is that all of the things that the conservatives used to complain about liberals and progressives doing, they're now doing. We have a billionaire who is aggressively engaging himself in politics. He is taking his private fortune. He was literally handing out $1 million checks for a Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. Thank God he lost. If George Soros was doing that, every conservative on the planet a decade ago would have been screaming. It is the least profane way that I can put it. If George Soros did what Elon Musk is currently doing, the right wing would have lost its mind up until a few years ago. And it's only this cult of personality that allows the right wing to do exactly what they were complaining about and ignore the hypocrisy. It's wildly frustrating. Oh, geez. So that's all I really had to say on it. Electric cars are cool. SpaceX is cool. Elon Musk is a hypocrite who is doing everything that the right wing was complaining about a decade ago. Boom. Easy segment. Easy segment. Trump is set to announce reciprocal tariffs in a risky move that could reshape the economy. While this isn't as exciting, bloody, or sexy, we need to pay attention to this because this is going to be affecting the economy. After weeks of White House hype and public anxiety, President Donald Trump is set Wednesday to announce a barrage of self-described reciprocal tariffs. If they're actually reciprocal, I'll be more sympathetic, even if I still think they're bad. The new tariffs coming on what Trump called Liberation Day are a bid to boost U.S. manufacturing and punish other countries for what he has said are years of unfair trade practices. But by most economists' assessments, the risky move threatens to plunge the economy into a downturn and mangle decades-old alliances. The White House is exuding confidence despite the political and financial gamble being undertaken. April 2nd, 2025 will go down as one of the most important days in modern American history, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said at Tuesday's briefing, while adding the new tariffs will take effect immediately. The reciprocal tariffs Trump planned to announce follow similar recent announcements of 25% taxes on auto imports. Very dumb. Levies against China, Canada, and Mexico. I would be okay with levies against China. Going after Canada and Mexico is incredibly dumb. And expanded tariffs on steel and aluminum, also very dumb. That goes into construction. We need more construction in our country. Trump has also put tariffs against countries that import oil from Venezuela. I don't. We should be economically and diplomatically fighting Venezuela. I don't know if we should be alienating the people that we're tariffing, especially if we're not offering them an alternative, but that's okay. And plans separate import taxes on pharmaceutical drugs, lumber, copper, and computer chips. Okay. None of the warning signs about a failing stock market or consumer sentiment turning morose have caused the administration to publicly second-guess its strategy. White House trade advisor Peter Navarro has suggested that the new tariffs could raise $600 billion annually, which would be the largest tax increase since World War II. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told lawmakers that the tariffs could be capped and could be negotiated downward by other countries, according to the office of Representative Kevin Hern, Oklahoma, but the White House has yet to confirm policy details, despite Trump saying on Monday that he had made his decision. There's more details, obviously. I do encourage you to read under your own time. I think we get a general picture of what's going on. I think what Trump is betting is that it's very early in his administration. He has 4 years in order to get this going. And so as a result, if we take a temporary economic hit, but the economy stabilizes by the time he leaves office, he will be remembered fondly. That's my suspicion, is that he's willing to take a hit on the short term and he's praying for an economic recovery by the time he leaves office. So that's that's my general vibe on it. In general, pretty stupid. There might be some good stuff in there, but it's hard to get past all the stupid stuff. And that's about it. That's my take. Republicans win Florida special election in Trump strongholds by narrower margins than in 2024. We don't have to get into the details too much, but I just want to encourage the Democrats and the moderate Republicans in the chat. If you're worried that, or if you're hoping that MAGA is losing a little bit of the wins in its sales because of all the crazy stuff they're doing, it is happening. The Republicans in both districts, their margins narrowed, which means that the midterms might be a little bit closer or even Democrat favorable. And then this is the same thing in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, there was a election for the Supreme Court that Elon Musk threw his weight into and millions of dollars. And that also went to the Democrats. So the Democrats are a little bit stronger than people are giving them credit for. MAGA is having some of their momentum be evaporated by the crazy stuff they're doing, which all in all, I think as an anti-MAGA person is good news. So I'm just going to take a little break. We're about halfway through. We did our AP news segment, so we're going to check in with chat and just see how you guys are doing. It's always fun to engage with chat. It's always fun to hang out with you guys. Be sure to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. And let's take a look at what's going on. Val was also in Heat, best shootout scene ever. It's probably top 10. And I think that Heat probably set up all of the tactical stuff. Like in some ways, I would say Heat was probably the precursor to John Wick. It was probably the precursor to, there was that Tom Cruise Hitman movie that was tactical in the thousands. I forget what it was called. I think Collateral, something like that. But that was very good. So it definitely, I don't know if it was the beginning of the tactical genre, but it was definitely an early sign that that was going to be popular content. The Crawling Chaos says the game Payday is basically built on the heist from Heat. Nice. Add him to, we should probably set up a gaming day once we have some wind under our wings. Astronaut Farmer says, add him to the going heaven to meme. True. Digitron01 says, lol, no, he is not. I bought all those companies with his father and brothers. Money, stop the cap. I bought all of those companies with his father and brothers. Money, stop the cap. Well, if you're saying that the cult of personality around Elon Musk is a mirage, I agree with you, Digitron01. If you're saying something positive about Elon Musk, I'm happy to hear contradictory evidence. You don't catch rockets falling from the sky without having like the people working for you at minimum being supremely talented and without offering a vision to the world. So I think that we can admit that Elon Musk has interesting visions and he employs wildly intelligent people to fulfill those visions, while he himself is a wildly flawed character and very egotistical and very sensitive and weirdly unself-aware. So yeah, but feel free to share additional perspectives so I can be more clear on it. Sean Kaplan says he could have been so much cooler until the MAGA brain rot. Not sure if people were always this crazy or COVID destroyed people's minds. I think it did. I think that COVID destroyed people's minds. I think that the progressive and liberal domination of the culture war and social media companies through the 2010s kind of created this like pressure outlet in alternative media where the right wing needed to seize power. And then as a result, it went spiked up, right? So I think that's entirely possible. Now, the thing is, now that the right wing has ascended and is probably at the zenith of its power, it needs to swing back. Now, I don't want it to swing back all the way left because, frankly, the 2020s was bananas, right? Like 2020 was an insane year. I would rather see it swing back to the center because the far left had its time. They failed to deliver. The far right is having its time. They are failing to deliver. We actually need sane, sober, rational adults in charge, making good moves and saving the republic. Christian Blair says he bought into PayPal and pretty sure the payout paid for everything else. That being said, I heard he was pretty decent engineer. That is one thing that I heard, was that there was a guy who was a rocket engineer who said that on Monday, Elon understood nothing. And by Friday, he was having really complex conversations about rockets. Because he just sat down and studied all of the material. So, woo! Easy times makes whiny people. Indeed, Sean Kaplan. John says, I'm here. Yo, sorry I'm late. Watching the Nintendo stream was dope. Cool. Sapien Green, I just assumed that Trump wanted to reset the stock market to the levels before Biden took office. Maybe. He might be. There's an interesting graph where it shows like the economy, and it's just like the economy going up, and then it's the economy with tariffs, and then it shows the dip, and then it shows the economy going up at a slightly lower level. And that could be what Trump does, is if domestic manufacturing moves back because of tariffs and the economy is performing less than what it would have with a free market, then he can still claim like, no, the neoliberals, they would have claimed GDP went up, but then your life would have still sucked. Whereas I moved a bunch of manufacturing jobs back and the economy is still doing well. So he might be able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, but he's still going to do a lot of crazy things in the meantime. Christian Blair says Way of the Gun. Way of the Gun was phenomenal. The town was also very good. There's great memes in the town. What game would you play gaming day? I mean, obviously Space Marine 2, maybe Dark Tide, maybe Payday, maybe Ready or Not. I also saw Chud Logic playing a Delta Force operator game set in 1991 or 1992 Somalia. And that looked like realistic, fun, crazy, cool, and all that kind of stuff. The only problem is during games, I might get a little edgy and a little memey. So maybe we would do that on Counterfire. That way Valor Media Network doesn't have to deal with me being a edgy D-bag on stream. Christian Blair says COVID, his narcissism, and not being invited to the White House celebration of electric vehicles, his kid's transness. I agree. These are all, if you're looking for reasons why Elon Musk lost his mind, I believe that all of these are good reasons. COVID lockdowns he hated, his narcissism, he does have a large ego, and not being invited to the White House celebration of electric vehicles. That is kind of crazy if the Biden administration snubbed him on that. And then hit one of his kids is trans. That I guarantee you, those are all factors in why he lost his mind. Rumors are, Harmonic Fox says, rumors are saying Musk only has a government contract for another month or so. Do you think he's going to stick around after or not? He might move into the shadows a little bit. It seems like he's addicted to attention, positive or negative. He might be a little bit of a lol cow. So it might be difficult for him to move on. Sapien Green says, politics is like a pendulum and pendulums don't usually swing to the center. I agree. I'm just telling you what I want, even if it's unrealistic. What album would you listen to on National Record Day? I'm a huge fan of The Strokes. I'm a huge fan of My Chemical Romance. I'm a huge fan of a ska band called the Supervillains. Any of those guys I would listen to. If I had to listen to a record start to finish without interruption and listen to every single song, My Chemical Romance, The Black Parade. I know that makes me an emo person, but I love every single song on that album. I think there's one or two, like Black Parade I've heard too many times, but I think like 90% of the songs on that album are bangers. Christian Blair says, at Valor Media Network, you will play a Black Hawk Down style game, but not 6 Days of Fallujah. Sad. We could do both. I don't care. As a matter of fact, Christian Valeris, I'm feeling a little bit less anxious about war games because I think we could play. I think I mentioned in a previous stream that I didn't like playing hyper realistic war games because it kind of gave me a little bit of PTSD, I guess. But I think that if we went into it as a community thing, if we went into it knowing that it was fun, if we had goofs and memes in it, it wouldn't be a big deal. So we could do that for sure. Appetite for Destruction, that's another one. Never would have pinned you for a ska and MCR fan. Good stuff. Heck yeah. I love emo and I love ska. Harmonic Fox says, I love the Strokes. You should check out Arcade Fire. Cool. All right, let's continue on with the content. Emo Connor and his French language skills equals lady killer. Listen, the girls did think I was a little cute in high school, okay? Middle school, I was a little fugly, but high school, the ladies did think I was cute. So, all right, let's get back into it. Let's do another little segment of news roundup, and then let's get into the actual video content. I do see we're in the 40s, which is great. My mom said, don't comment on how many people I have. I'm going to, because I appreciate all you beautiful souls that drop by and check out our stream, even for a few seconds. I appreciate you dropping by. If you're dropping by and you're new, my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K. It's a science fiction, science fantasy breakdown channel. It's relatively successful. I have another channel called Counterpoints that is a political breakdown channel. It's okay. We're working on it. And then I am the guest host streamer on the Valor Media Network. So I encourage you to like the stream. That way other people know that we're live. We can continue to break down news, and then we can get into react segments. All right. Israel announces expansion of military operation in Gaza to seize large areas of land, ordering residents to leave. This is scary, but let's see what the news story actually says. Israel Defense Minister Israel Katz announced Wednesday a major expansion of the military operation in Gaza involving the seizure of large areas of land that would be incorporated into Israel security zones. In the statement, Katz said the operation would also involve a large-scale evaluation of Gaza's population from combat zones, without specifying details. Signs of the operation's expansion are yet to be seen on the ground, although the enclave saw heavy airstrikes that have so far killed dozens of people in the last 24 hours, according to local authorities, including at least 9 children when a UN shelter was hit. According to the defense minister's statement, the military operation would expand the crushing, clear the area of terrorists and terror infrastructure while seizing large areas that will be incorporated into Israel's security zone. The Israel military spokesperson for Arabic media late on Tuesday ordered residents in Gaza's southern Rafah area to leave their homes and move north, which is interesting because Rafah is on the south side of Gaza. I would have expected this to be on the north side of Gaza. That's concerning. Excuse me. Last month, an Israel official and a second source familiar with the matter told CNN that Israel was making plans for a potential major ground offensive in Gaza that would involve sending tens of thousands of troops into combat to clear and occupy large swaths of the enclave. Katz's statements on Wednesday did not specify whether additional Israeli troops would be involved in the expanded operation. We need to keep reading because we need more details. The announcement comes as Israel continues its aerial bombardment of the Strip. At least 17 people were killed in Israeli strikes overnight in southern Gaza. Among those killed, at least 13 people, including women and children, had been sheltering in a residential house after being displaced from the Rafah area, according to Nasser Hospital. 2 others were killed in a separate strike in central Gaza, according to Al-Ada, which received the bodies. Also on Wednesday, Gaza's civil defense said that 19 bodies, including those of 9 children, were recovered following an Israeli airstrike on an UNRWA clinic that acted as a shelter for displaced people in Jabalia. Okay. Yep. Well, anyways, so the concern, we were live on my channel yesterday. I'm going to pull up Google Maps and show you guys something because we're here to learn, right? We're here to be smart. We're here to check out cool things, and we're here to engage as a community with political and social and culture war issues. Okay. So yesterday we engaged with the creator, Noah Samson, and he is a very ardent critic, pretty much a terrorist supporter, to be honest. And he was talking about the genocide, in his opinion, a genocide that was happening in Gaza, despite the fact that he admits that like 260,000 people have been killed out of 2.2 million. Whereas, in my opinion, a Holocaust-style genocide would involve just slaughtering 2 million people, which Israel has the technological capacity to do. But this is Israel, right? All of this is Israel. So Israel is technically south and east of Gaza. What they're talking about doing, which is interesting, is they're talking about setting up a substantive security zone in Rafah. And this is where all the refugees were pushed during the military operations. So Israel said, we're going to sweep and clear Gaza. Anybody who shoots at us, we're going to shoot back and we're going to kill them all. All the civilians should go to Rafah and hang out until we clear out. Well, now it looks like they're taking over Rafah and making it a security zone, and then they're pushing all the civilians back into the rest of Gaza. So the question is, what do we do now, right? Because Trump wants to take all 2.2 million Gazans and either move them into Egypt or the West Bank or Jordan, which would be ethnic cleansing, is what it is. You can deny it. You can say that it's not. You can say that Israel is justified. It's ethnic cleansing. You're taking an ethnos from this area and you're removing them from the location. It's ethnic cleansing. Okay? In my opinion, that would be bad. But I also understand that Hamas is not exactly prone to good diplomacy. So it's a mess. I don't have a good answer for you. There are bad things happening. And what else is new, right? What else is new? All right, good enough. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't even show you guys. Classic boomer mistake. All right. My apologies. I was literally scrolling through, giving you my geopolitical analysis. I thought that you guys were looking at the map with me. And here I am being a dum-dum, just talking out my butt. All right, here we go. My apologies. All right, this is Israel. Take everything that I said. Everything that I said is good. This is Gaza. Israel did a sweeping clear operation down into the south. They pushed all the civilians into Rafah. Rafah is where they plan on setting up their security zone. So Gaza will be controlled from the west, the east, the south, and the north. This would make it more difficult for Hamas to sneak in terror supplies from Egypt. So I guess that is potentially why they're talking about setting up a base in Rafah. But Donald Trump has talked about ethnically cleansing the entire strip and moving everybody to Egypt, moving everybody to Jordan, or moving everybody to the West Bank. That's it. So my apologies for not sharing the screen while I was giving you my amazing geopolitical analysis. Candace Gray says, I am a fan of sci-fi. I will need to check that out. Well, it is a, how do I phrase this? It is science fantasy. So it's not hard science fiction. It's not like Star Trek where everything is hard if we're talking about Warhammer. And while being science fantasy, it is very masculine. It's very horror based. It's very grim dark is the aesthetic. So if you're not into super violence and if you're not into war, it's probably not going to be for you. However, it is my favorite franchise. It's legitimately, I fell in love with it and I never stopped. Eon Flux says hello. Well, good. Thanks. Welcome back, Eon Flux. I recognize you from a previous stream. Hill Williams says, morning, y'all. I recognize Hill from Monday. Good to see you again. Kalinda says, at Counterpoints, also for the fun times, have Google Maps give you directions for how long it takes to drive across Israel. It really puts things into perspective in terms of how insanely tiny the land is. Yeah, it's, I think you can walk across Israel in a day. It's not particularly large. Somebody said, I could just Google it real quick. What state is Israel the size of? What state is the U.S. size of Israel? It's the size of New Jersey. Israel is roughly the same size as the U.S. state of New Jersey. So think about that. In Florida, Florida is bigger than New Jersey for sure. I think it was like 8,000 square miles. How many square miles is New Jersey? Or is, I'll just do Israel. That's fine. 8,630 square miles. How many square miles is Florida? That's where I live. Is 65,000 square miles, and I can traverse the state of Florida in a day. I can get to Miami almost instantaneously. I can get to Gainesville almost instantaneously. I can get to Daytona almost instantaneously. Miami is literally 2.5 hours away. I could hit the south of the state in 4 hours. I could hit the north of the state in 2. So yeah. And then east to west, I could cover the state of Florida in probably 4 hours. So yeah. So I can, yeah. The state of Florida, driving 60 miles an hour, you can cover the entire state in 6 to 8 hours. And going east to west, you could cover it in 4. And we are 6 to 7 times larger than Israel. That is bananas. Gaza is, Kalinda says Gaza and the West Bank are even smaller too. Gaza is the size of Detroit. I looked that up a few months ago. So imagine that the United States was only the state of Michigan, and imagine that they were fighting a war in the city of Detroit. Matter of fact, Michigan square miles. Michigan is 96,000 square miles. So it's literally 10 times the size of, it's 10 times the size of the state of Israel. I just want to show you guys this because I think it is an interesting idea to conceptualize. Michigan. So Detroit, this is the size of Gaza. Israel is probably the size of like this, like if I draw it with my mouse cursor, if you can see that drawing. And so they're fighting a war in this territory while they're living in this territory. And yet look how big Michigan is as a single state. It's literally 10 times the size of Israel. That is bananas. Bananas. The Crawling Chaos says, my personal favorite 40K faction is the Black Templars. Of course. Of course. If you haven't seen the series Hell's Reach, or the fan animation Hell's Reach. You should watch it. And then also, I did a breakdown of Hell's Reach. So I watched it, and every 5 minutes I paused it, and then I talked about lore and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, sorry. Thank you to the 50 people who are hanging out with us in chat. We will be getting through the new segments. We will be covering Nick Fuentes, Vosch, and Tucker Carlson. I promise you. I appreciate you for showing up. We're just doing a little bit of a news roundup. That's how we warm up our days. And then if you would be so kind as to like the stream, that would be fantastic. If you want to participate in chat, there's lots of cool people in there. I do read the chats as we're streaming. And then also, I'm trying to think of what else. I'll post a donor link in a bit, but right now I just want to enjoy streaming. I just want to enjoy hanging out with you guys. So anyways. Yakov Eshraaze. Yakov Eshraaze says, I'm Jewish and I despise Bibi and his government. I am pro-democracy community. Well, listen, you're not the only one. Although if you watch our content yesterday, if you even support the existence of the state of Israel, then Noah Samson would call you like a Zionist Nazi pig. So he is a moron and I hate him. Judge dismisses Eric. Let's get to the news so we can get to the content, okay? Sorry for the delayed engaging with chat, but I enjoy engaging with chat. Judge dismisses Eric Adams' case and says it cannot be brought again, defying Trump DOJ. The judge overseeing the corruption case against Eric Adams has dismissed the charges against the New York City mayor, and in a split with the Trump Justice Department, ordered that the charges cannot be brought again. This is weird to me. We should get more details, but since it's dismissed, it doesn't matter anymore. Mayor Eric Adams took hundreds of thousands of dollars from Turkey and Turkish citizens in what was obvious corruption. The previous state attorney resigned because the Trump DOJ wanted to leverage the corruption charges against him in order to gain his cooperation in deportation efforts in the state of New York. The prosecuting state attorney said that this was blatant corruption and a reversal of judicial, I forget what she called it, but basically like judicial independence, their ability to bring and dismiss cases as they saw fit. So she resigned, but now it looks like the judge dismissed it. The interesting thing about this is that they're saying it's defying the Trump DOJ. I would borderline think that the Trump DOJ would want this because they could say, oh, quid pro quo, we got your charges dismissed, therefore you should help us with immigration. But what this does open up is that Mayor Eric Adams can now do as he pleases. The Trump DOJ has no more leverage over him. So if he wants to coordinate on detention operations, he can. If he doesn't want to coordinate on detention operations, he can choose not to. So this is an interesting move. It's an interesting move. So let's keep an eye on Eric Adams as time unfolds. And with that, we're done with the first segment. We're done with our news roundup. We're hitting like 50 minutes. That's perfect. I want to hit around an hour for the news roundup so I don't totally burn out my voice. Now, what we're going to do, I understand that this isn't going to be everybody's cup of tea, but it should be very entertaining. Nick Fuentes is a wildly popular dissident right-wing person. He streams on Rumble. He streams on his home website of Cozy TV. He's a Christian nationalist. He's very famous with dissident right-wing thinkers, politicians, etc. He embedded himself with the very famous artist Kanye West. He was able to gain a meeting with Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump and Nick Fuentes had a very productive meeting where Donald Trump complimented him as a brilliant young man. But then once it was revealed that, I already see Yakov calling it out, once it was revealed that he was a distant right-wing Christian nationalist with Nazi sympathies, the Trump administration distanced itself from America First. Now, this has been a bitter pill for the America First movement. And, well, America First is bigger than Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes kind of, he was an early part of it, I guess. It's been a bitter pill that the Trump administration has rejected Nick Fuentes and the Groypers is what they call them. But the truth is that they are still distant right wing. They're still going to support far right politics. They're still Christian theocrats. And Nick Fuentes specifically has grips over hundreds of thousands of young men's minds. And so I figured, since he has grip over hundreds of thousands of young men's minds, then we could watch his content and criticize him. So that's what we'll be doing. Woo! Kalinda says at counterpoints, wait, did they dismiss it with prejudice? Because if they didn't, they can bring it back. Nope. They said that they dismissed it and they will not be able. I'm assuming they dismissed it. I'm assuming they did dismiss it with prejudice because the judge said that they cannot bring the charges again. Yep. Then John says, I hate that the right can basically get away with everything these days. It's actually insane. Harmonic Fox is Kanye West, more like yay. True. Nick hates Trump now. It's super funny. Well, hopefully we get some funny stuff here. But we're going to watch Nick the Knife Fuentes defend Andrew Tate, which will be disgusting, but we will break it up. We will break it down, and hopefully a few of his fans will come over and watch it and see what we have to say and realize that we're fundamentally correct. So I'm going to do a little bit of intro. I kind of already did, but I'm going to introduce myself, and then we're going to get into the content. So, hi guys, my name is Connor. I run the YouTube channel Counterpoints 40K, Counterpoints, and I am live on the Valor Media Network. We are going to be going live 20 to 35 hours a week. We are going to be doing segments. We're going to be breaking things down. We're going to be breaking down the news. We're going to be breaking down current events. We're going to be watching some of the craziest people in politics. We are going to be working out around noon. We are going to do something called Dad Bod Fitness, where we encourage our watchers in order to work out with me as we take our health and our politics seriously. We are going to be watching Nick the Knife Fuentes, one of the most famous distant right-wing commentators on the internet. He is a massive piece of garbage. However, he is also charismatic. He is also funny, and he has tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young men believing in Christian theocracy, Nazi-adjacent beliefs, Holocaust denial, and praising dissident figures such as Andrew Tate. So he is like the perfect villain. So let's watch the perfect villain do his thing.
I want to get into the Andrew Tate story. Pretty funny. And we'll talk about his whole situation because it's sort of interesting. You know, on this show, I talk a lot about the Jews. I talk about Israel. And the complex about Jews and Israel, of course, is that it's not enough that we talk about the subject, but also the political situation surrounding the subject, which is because of its nature, because we're talking about who is really in control, it's an extremely censored subject. So it has this stigma, and you get in trouble for talking about it, and you get attacked for talking about it, and so on. We talk a lot about the Jews and how it's completely forbidden. But there's something else you're not allowed to talk about, and it's forbidden for the same reason. And I'm finding it more and more, and that's women. If you try to challenge the power of women, and I mean really challenge it, I don't mean you go out there and you're one of these like medieval knight LARPers. You're going out there and saying, my fair trad maiden, my shield maiden is traditional and she's very submissive, but she also tells me what to do. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about these like Christian simps. I'm not talking about these crypto feminists, these Catholics where their wives run their shit. I'm talking about if you really challenge women, you really challenge the power of women. And that's as simple as going to women and saying, hey, shut the fuck up. You know, we don't want to hear you talk. I'll let you know when I want to hear you talk. I don't want to hear you talk right now. So shut the fuck up. When you really have a guy that's out there challenging women and telling guys to challenge women, it seems like that is almost just as much of a forbidden subject as talking about the Jews. And it is...
All right. Off to a strong start. Let's go ahead and start breaking this down a little bit. So Nick is open. He's as open as he's always been. He's as anti-Semitic as he's always been. He used to hide his power level a little bit. I think a few years into it, he got sick of it, so he just started doing it openly. And then he found the platforms that would support him. So the platforms that do support him are, he created his own independent website so he couldn't get taken down. That's cozy.tv. He does stream on Rumble, because Rumble obviously has a very loose terms of service. So they'll let him say pretty wild stuff and they won't punish him for it. And so as a result, he's lost some cultural relevancy because he was banned off of Twitter. He's back on Twitter now. And he was banned off of YouTube, which of course is like one of the most powerful alternative media sites on the planet. And so he opens by saying like, oh yeah, he's kind of, he's virtue signaling a little bit, just like, yeah, we're open about our hatred of Zionism and Jews and how they run the world and this, that, the other. Now, the reason why I kind of differentiate between Christian nationalists and Nazis is because if you, for instance, Yakov in our chat, if you want to say that they're close enough that you don't care, I have no problems with you saying that they're close enough that you don't care. But I do think that they're fundamentally different. National socialists, people who are fans of Adolf Hitler, although Nick Fuentes is a fan of Hitler, they often believe in, especially neo-Nazis, they believe in neo-paganism. They think that Christianity itself is a Jewish subversion of the spirit of the Western man, and it would actually be better to be an atheist, or it would be better to worship the pagan gods of Europe than to worship a Jew as Christ, right? And whereas Christian nationalists often believe that Christianity is the correct religion, and they differ on that. Not only that, but oftentimes Nazis will be like secular materialists, where they will believe in the secular power of government, and they think that the dictator of the government should be the supreme authority in the land. Whereas Christian nationalists will often want their authoritarianism to be cloaked in the religion. They want people to be compelled to follow Christianity. They want their leaders to be Christian. They want the enforcement of social norms to be Christian. So they're Christian authoritarians that defer in policy goals from neo-Nazis. So that's why I make the differentiation. Now, if you want to say that being authoritarian and admiring Hitler is enough for them to be categorized as Nazis in your mind, I have no problem with that. Go ahead and do that. I'm not going to argue with you. I think it's a distinction. It's a distinction with a difference, but that difference is small enough. As a matter of fact, in 1930s Germany, Christian nationalists allied with the Nazi Party. So it's interesting that we're talking about women, because I would fall into the shield maiden trad crypto feminist because I listen to my wife, right? So, this should be obvious. It should be obvious to Nick's audience. It should be obvious to anyone who's had a relationship with a woman or had a relationship in a family. But the whole point of the genders and sexes in a traditional relationship is to be complementary. Okay? I am not a dictator. I am not in charge of my wife. I'm in charge in certain degrees. We absolutely discuss things and we tell each other where the borders are. But I don't tell my wife, shut the fuck up, and expect her to listen to me saying that, right? I expect for us to be fighting and for me to say, listen, I really don't like that you said that. And for her to say, well, you need to hear this. And the truth is, half the time, I do need to hear it. I'm not right all the time. And so this expectation that men will be totally in charge of all relationship decisions and that women just needed to defer to their men is dumb, and it's unhealthy, and it allows you to ignore your weaknesses and ignore your blind spots. Your partner is supposed to be somebody who helps you in your goals, helps you pursue your ambitions, but they're also supposed to be somebody who calls you out on your BS. And if you don't have a partner that calls you out on your BS, then you have a very dumb relationship. So let me, there's a couple of counterpoints in chat. So let me just address those real quick and then we'll continue watching. We're still very early into the segment, but I feel like I needed to share that. Woo! So Kalinda says at counterpoints, he stopped hiding his power level when he was working on Ye's campaign because Ye went full Nazi. I agree. He might've thought that going full Nazi would get them enough attention that they could leverage that into money, time, attention, but obviously that backfired. Yakov says, I talk about Jewish people and women all the time, but I'm not an a-hole, right? Kalinda says, counterpoints, that's correct. Although the OG Nazis were more divided than that, they even made their own weird Christian church, but Himmler and his guys loved all the pagan stuff. Absolutely. Yakov gives me a blue heart and some fist bumps. That's cool. When we say Christian nationalists, what kind of Christianity is it normally? Weirdly enough, there is a split. So Catholicism has a healthy chunk of authoritative structure built into it. So Nick Fuentes and the Groypers are Catholics, but there are Orthodox Christian nationalists like Andrew Wilson. And then there's, I don't think there's any Protestant Christian nationalists, to be honest, none that I'm aware of, because Protestantism has within it the division to understand, like, it's like more personal. It's more of like a personal understanding of the faith. And therefore, I think Protestantism literally, or excuse me, I should say actually, is actually less prone to Christian nationalism, although they can be co-opted as supporters. Protestant Christians are often co-opted as supporters, but I would say the leaders are oftentimes going to be Catholic or Orthodox. Okay, cool. That's enough. Let's continue the content.
You also have equally the same amount of obfuscation. What I mean by that is when you talk about who runs society, people are always doing these gymnastics to say, well, you know, it's not really the Jews. They'll say that it's satanic pedophiles. They're just blaming the Jews, or they'll say it's globalists, or they'll say it's leftists who happen to be Jewish. They're always contorting themselves. They're sort of admitting there's a problem. They're admitting the problem, which is that a minority that hates us is running society in a conspiratorial way. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows what's up. But they have to come up with these like convoluted theories to obfuscate the reality and say, really, it's something else. And the same thing happens with women. Because guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
What?
Why do you have this job? You don't know anything. You're an idiot. You're like, you can't tell me anything I don't know. As a matter of fact, you couldn't name 5 countries. You couldn't tell me what continent China's in. How do you have a job? How are you getting paid?
Oh, no, Nick.
Everybody kind of realizes women need to be taken down a peg. Women are in control. Women are running our lives. They're clearly not up to the task. They need to be taken down a peg. And equally, just like the obfuscation with Jews, you have all these people saying, no, that's not the problem. The problem is modern women. They say it's all these degenerate modern women. You need to find yourself a good girl who's traditional and Christian and conservative. It's like they're telling us what to do too. They're talking way too much too. Half the time when you go on Twitter and you have some stupid bitch wagging her finger.
Jesus. Okay, listen, I'm sorry for all the profanity, but he's got tens of thousands of followers, so we kind of need to go for it. Mr. Bombastic says, how do people choose their denominations based on aesthetic or what? Yes, they literally, they analyze whether or not they like the history of the Orthodox Church better, or whether or not they like the history of the Catholic Church better. And also they probably align, let's be real, with their families. If their parents are Catholic, they'll probably be Catholic. If their parents are non-denominational, then it's probably a 50-50 toss-up. So yeah, it is based off of aesthetic. Hill Williams says, this is like that 40-year-old virgin scene where Steve Carell is talking about what a breast feels like. It's like sand. It feels like a bag of sand. Nice. The Crawling Chaos says, what? Sound teenage boy logic. Yeah, this is bananas. This is a bag of sand. Sapien Green says, I have to wonder whether if all Jews moved to Israel and didn't own anything, if other countries like, if people like Fuentes would stop thinking they secretly rule the world. No. So Sapien Green, the way that it works, at least according to Nick Fuentes and the Christian nationalists and the neo-Nazis, is that all Jews will never move to Israel, right? Because they need the Jews in all of the other countries to subvert the host nations and make the host nation sympathetic to Israel, because Israel is small enough that if it did not have the technological, financial, military, logistical support from the United States, then it technically could get swallowed by its neighbors. Now, the good news is its neighbors are incompetent militarily, but Israel probably needs the backing of the United States to survive a nuclear Iran. They probably need the backing of the United States in order to survive fighting all of its neighbors at once. Now, of course, in the 1970s, it did fight all of its neighbors at once, and it did acquit itself well, right? So it's not a totally true theory, but even Nick would just assume that if 99% of Jews went to Israel and there was 1% remaining in the world, the 1% would still be subverting the societies that they're a part of, right? Even if they were like normie working class Jews who had nothing to do with media, nothing to do with government, etc. I have a feeling that he would still find a way to blame them for the subversive support for the Zionist government of Israel, right? So we kind of covered we're a few minutes in, and he's really trying to make an analogy. He's still bringing up the Jews so he can attack the Jewish people, but he's also he's using this as an example in order to talk about women, where according to him, women suck, they talk too much, they're fat, they're witchy, they're dumb, they can't tell him anything we don't know. You can't name 5 countries. Now, What's interesting about this is we engaged with a couple of Fresh and Fit panels where in the opening of the Fresh and Fit panel, it was terrible content, so I don't recommend you watch those segments. But we watched the Fresh and Fit panel where part of the opening was asking women to name 3 countries. And these are all like Instagram models, right? They're all OnlyFans models. So they're very attractive, but they're not particularly academic, I guess is the best way to put it. And what was funny about it is 70% of them were able to at least name several countries, right? So the reason why he's using the 5 countries meme is because there were women who paused. They didn't know anything. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. But even in the example where you're selecting for the most attractive, most vapid, least academically inclined women, 2/3 of them did just fine. And then also in the shows that we watched, they were asking questions of like, how much would it cost for you to do pornography? And there were 2 or 3 women who were like, I'm not interested in that. There isn't a dollar amount that you could list. My intimate content, my intimacy is reserved for my partner, blah, 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 blah. So even in the most selected, aggressive, misogynistic, and I'm not saying that like, ooh, you're bad if you're a misogynist. I'm saying like it's actively they dislike women, okay? Even in the most misogynistic content, they still find 3/4 of women have something redeemable about them going on in their brains, and they still find that 30% of the women, they don't believe that they have a price for their sexuality. So the cynicism that he's sharing, I don't even think lines up with the black pill content that currently exists. Also, last point before we allow him to continue to go, modern women are degenerate as obfuscation. You need to find a nice Christian girl. Okay? My wife isn't perfect. She's not a perfect human being, but she is a darn good human being. Okay? When I don't want to share too much, but I met her at a job. We worked together as peers. I saw that she dealt with stress very well. I saw that she worked incredibly hard. I saw that she cared about the people that were around her. We talked and became kind of friends. I was interested romantically, but she had a boyfriend, so I didn't like interfere in their relationship or anything. And then they were having a rough relationship, and eventually they broke up. And then we went on a date, and we clicked. Like within like a month, I was just like, I told somebody, I was like, this is my wife. And it's because she's a hard worker. She is intelligent. She's emotive. She's sympathetic. She's tough. And she's a fundamentally good person. And so I found somebody who was willing to call me out on my BS and work with me as a partner in life. So, yeah, your wife isn't always going to be your biggest cheerleader. Sometimes she's going to be your critic, but that is a part of her role. And here's the other thing that somebody told me. Last point, I promise. When I was first dating my wife, I was scared to commit. And I was listening to my friend. I was like, I like this, this, and this about her. I think she's so cool for this, this, and this reason, but these are her flaws. And my friend stopped me and he said, what makes you so freaking great? And I realized it was like a revelation. I was in my mid-20s. I was like, holy smack. I have this total evaluation of my partners where I evaluate them off of categories where I'm hoping that they're going to max out all of these categories, but I don't max out all of my categories. I'm annoying. I talk too much. I'm a nerd. I'm socially awkward at parties because I will yap my face off to anyone who asks me any question about any topic that I'm passionate about. I could list my other flaws, but the point is I'm annoying sometimes. So the goal isn't to be perfect. The goal is to find somebody who is compatible and helps you be who you need to be. Yeah. Eon Flux says, same, bro. I'm sorry for the yap, but there's actually like, the good news is there's a lot of actual real substance to deal with while he's being so cynical. All right, let's continue.
In your face. She's a Christian. She's got a Proverbs in bio. She's got a Bible verse in her bio. People say, no, it's just those degenerate, modern, left-wing, blue-haired feminist girls. I want a good trad Christian girl. Half the time, it's the girls with the Bible verses in the bio that are the problem. So they're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple. It's literally that simple.
Sorry, we need to rewind that.
Anyway,
bro.
Always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple. It's literally that simple. Anyway, that's the big picture. You know, that's your macro level, 30,000 foot view. That's the big picture, guys. The big picture is, yes.
Jesus Christ.
It is.
So, listen. Yeah. What a psycho. This attitude could not survive touching grass. Okay, it really couldn't. If you go to Washington D.C., and I've only been once, I'm hoping to go many more times. But if you go to Washington D.C., it's many powerful people who are negotiating the future of the country, and they are not just Jews; they are also the Goyim. You know, they're whites, they're Protestants, they're Catholics, they're this, they're that, and they're all negotiating for their piece of the pie, right? So no, it's not just the Jews running society. Obviously, there's strong Zionist sympathy in Washington, D.C., but that has been worked on for a century actively through Israelis and American Jews talking about how they got screwed over in the 20th century and how they want to make sure that Israel isn't destroyed. That didn't happen by accident. It isn't conspiratorial. It isn't manipulative. It's the open advocacy of Jews within Washington, D.C. to say, hey, we kind of don't want to be murdered for our identity, and we kind of want the state of Israel to continue to exist, right? It's not a secret. They'll tell you that to your face, right? Then women need to shut up. Okay, sometimes I wish my wife wouldn't give me some guff. That's true. But the truth is, sometimes I'm annoying, and sometimes I need to be told to shut up, and sometimes I need to be told to dial it back in. Okay? It's a give and take. Sometimes she needs to relax and she needs to calm down, and sometimes I need to relax and I need to calm down. Okay? And then finally, blacks need to be in jail for the most part. This would not survive actual contact with the black community. Okay? When I was getting into law enforcement, Of course, I was aware of FBI uniform crime report statistics that half of violent homicides are committed by 13% of the population, which is the black population. It's really 6% of the population because it's male, and it's really like 2% of the population because it's black males between the ages of 15 and 40, right? That's who commits a disproportionate amount of the homicides. But when you actually go work the street, what ends up happening is you meet the black neighbors, you meet the working class black men who are going to mow lawns all day and then they get a beer at 4 p.m. because they just worked their ass off for 8 hours. You meet the church ladies who get dressed up on Sundays in order to go to church. You meet the teachers and mentors and men within the community who are trying to get the gangbanging kids off of the street. Now, you also meet some really bad people too. You do meet 40 and 50-year-old men who are recruiting 16-year-olds into drug operations. You meet 16-year-old kids who tell you that if you arrest them, they're going to murder your entire family, right? So you do meet bad guys too. But the interesting thing about it is that the bad guys are in a city of 15,000 with a black community of 3,000. There was probably 50 to 100 black men and women who were involved in the drug trade and crime, and there were probably 6 murderers. So out of a population of 3,000, right? So literally 95% of the black people in the black community, in the impoverished area where you get all the homicides and you get the shootings and you get the stabbings and you get to this and you get to that, 95% of them are working class folk who wake up, go to their jobs, pay their bills, pay their taxes, go home and try to take care of their families. That's 95% of people in the black community. So this perspective is insane, and it can only be sustained by not interacting with the real world. The Crawling Chaos says, I think that Nick would feel home in Iran or Afghanistan. I agree. Eon Flux says, isn't he a white Christian nationalist? It's so funny. He's talking smack about people with Bible verses in bio. True. Harmonic Fox, he'd be at home until Rainy Day Women number 12 and 35 Bob Dylan plays. If you know, you know. I don't know. Candace Gray says, do you think the majority of the people who watch Nick do it for dark humor? My instinct is to throw a cream pie in his face and fall down laughing. Well, yeah, like, so that's funny to me. So I'll tell you what I found funny about that segment, because this is entertaining. I'm not going to lie. It's entertaining. What's funny is he's calling me a nerd for thinking that social issues are complex. And then he says, no, here's the simple solution, right? So I'm sure that there's people like me who laugh at him making fun of me for believing that solutions are actually complex, because let's face them, they are complex. But there probably are people who are like, no, I sincerely believe that. I'm not like, this is a quote. Okay. This is a quotation of somebody else saying this. So don't clip this. Okay. But there are probably young men in his audience who say, no, Nick is right. Jews are running society, women need to shut up, and blacks need to be in jail, and society would be paradise. And it is that simple. So I don't know what the proportions of his audience are watching him for, like, dark, ironic, hyperbolic humor, and I don't know how many of them are believers. I really don't. But the truth is, his audience is tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young men in the United States. So this is good content, though. I'm not going to lie.
They are the problem. More and more, I know this is like Mr. Based, okay? I know this is Mr. Based on the phone, but the older I get, the more I realize it is really this simple. We need white men in charge of everything again. That's it. Like, it's that simple. You sort of start to get based and you kind of realize what's up, and you have this inkling in your head. You're like, man, we need white men in charge of everything. And then people kind of get convinced, like, no, it's about ideology. We need like right-wing patriots that love the free market. Or like, no, we need like trad Christians. It's like, no, dude, we need white men running everything. Okay. White men need to run the household. They need to run the country. They need to run the companies. They just need to run everything. That's a pretty good heuristic. And people say, but women can do stuff too. Yeah, like some of them can. But like, would you rather have a country where white men are running 100% of everything and maybe the like 3 intelligent women are out of a job? Or would you rather live in the society we have now, where we're really rolling the dice on the diversity hires? I would rather live in white Manistan. Okay, I would rather secede. I'm going to live with Eric Arville and white Manistan, where white men run everything. And that's all that there is. No, but anyway, so we're going to get into the Andrew Tate story. The reason I bring all that up is because this is a guy. What crime did he commit besides sex trafficking, besides probably hitting women, which is whatever? What crime did he really even commit? No, I'm joking, obviously, but this guy literally just popularized.
What an a-hole. Sorry, I'm laughing, but I'm also taking psychic damage simultaneously. Like that was brutal. That was brutal. Sapien Green said, is Nick technically white? Fuentes. Listen, look, if I could, I'm not going to, but I could. If I took a screenshot of this, I put this into Adobe Photoshop, and then I got the paint eyedropper and I clicked here, it would be taupe, right? It would be white. So I'm not going to deny his whiteness. There are white Hispanics. It's funny that most Nazis in America are Hispanic, but that we're neither here nor there. And then this is interesting because I think that I used to say that Nick Fuentes was a Christian nationalist, not like a race supremacist. But this obviously, is even if he claims himself that he's a Christian nationalist, this is just white supremacist rhetoric, right? It is saying that white men are legitimately better. We should run everything. Blacks are criminals. Blacks are degenerates. Jews are running society, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, we should just be running everything. And here's what's interesting is that from a metrics-based standpoint, crime is down 50% since the 1990s. Divorce rates have stabilized, meaning that we peaked in divorce. Now we're back down to slightly less divorce than we had before. That's probably because people are being more selective about who they ultimately marry. We are below demographic replacement rate. I think that, Americans are at 1.8. I think white Americans are at like 1.5. Realistically, we should be at 2.15 if we want to stabilize the population instead of decrease in population. But that's something that we could do by like making sure that we have a pro-natal culture and that we have enough material resources that people feel like they can live good lives and provide for their children, right? So these things could all be dialed in, and this isn't World War II. We don't have hundreds of thousands of young men dying. This isn't the Civil War. We don't have hundreds of thousands of young men dying. This isn't Vietnam, where we had 55,000 people die in Vietnam, many of whom were conscripted into the war. So he's like totally blackpilling and doomer pilling over one of the best times to be alive in American history. Now, I still have plenty of economic criticisms of like the modern dynamics, but he's appealing to losers and nerds and nihilists who shouldn't be losers and nerds and nihilists. Come on, bro. We can lift weights. We can go to church. We can meet young women. We can talk to them non-autistically. We can try to find the good women who are worth marrying. We can see if we can align goals in order to have children and work jobs. We can do this as a gender, right? And he's just buying into the black pill. I hate it. Now, he did say that it was a joke. He's like, what did Andrew Tate really even do besides sex trafficking and hitting women? And we watched a documentary the other day where it's like, yeah, he definitely committed rape. Like, not statutory rape where he was doing BDSM with a 15-year-old, which is already like pedophile rapist shit. Excuse my French. But no, he's an actual rapist. There are 2 women in the UK who say that he used the lover boy method in order to get them into relationships. Then he physically abused and raped them. And with one of those, the stories were so similar that law enforcement tried to get a criminal case going against Andrew Tate. And one of those women had voicemails where Andrew Tate admitted to beating and raping her. So like, no, he's a rapist. And we're lionizing a rapist. Now, Nick is probably going to make this like relatively tongue-in-cheek, so we're going to give him the opportunity to articulate his thoughts. However, like, no, he did hit women, he did do sex trafficking, and he did rape. So we have a Christian nationalist defending a rapist. So let's see where he goes with this.
Being sexist. That's what he did.
Wrong.
I actually believe he said this, and some people laughed about it. I said it was legitimate. Tate said that he was a big part of why Trump won the election. If you look at the demographics that Trump won, the big story, the headline of the 2024 election is the rightward shift of young men. That's the headline. When you talk about the demographics where there was a major upset, Trump won more Hispanics. He won more blacks than ever before. That's somewhat notable. But by far, the biggest upset is how young men shifted all the way to the right in this election. It was unbelievable, even just from 2020, especially from 16 and 12. I think you have to look at Andrew Tate and say he is certainly responsible for a big part of that. At one time, years ago, he was literally the most famous person in the world. And to this day, I think is among the most famous people, extremely influential, a lot of credibility with the young people. And he's pushing a message. I mean, his big message is don't trust women. Don't let your life be controlled by women. Don't be a simp. Don't be bending over backwards. We don't live in a matriarchy. We should live in a patriarchy. Men should be working hard, making money, and should be in control of their own lives. For this, it's like an international manhunt. And we know that he was thrown in jail in Romania and then put under house arrest, never even saw a trial. And I want to talk tonight about some of the recent developments, and I'll set it up like this. So finally, they let him go in Romania. They don't bring it to trial. They don't really find any evidence. The whole thing sounds like BS. He comes to the United States. And the first thing that happens is Ron DeSantis, the governor of the state of Florida, comes out and says, well, I had no idea he was coming, but he's not welcome here, and we're going to get the attorney general to investigate him. And you say, first of all, why does it matter? Why would the governor of a major U.S. state, this is one of the biggest states with the biggest population, with the biggest economy, among the biggest, why would the governor of one of the most important U.S. states be personally apprised of whether a U.S. citizen enters the borders of the United States? He says, oh, I had no idea he was coming. Why would you? Why would that be your concern? Is this not a free country? That's one. And then two, he says, well, we're going to look into him. We're going to investigate him. The attorney general's coming after him. And then the attorney general is holding court with the press saying, we're going to find out about this guy, basically saying before they even have conducted an investigation, brought charges, proved anything in court, they're saying, you know, we're coming after this guy. Now, you would say by itself, I mean, without even considering the circumstances surrounding Andrew Tate in particular.
Sorry, I just wanted to give him enough room to talk. That way I'm not just pausing him every 5 minutes for a 10-minute yap, okay? So we know that Andrew Tate used the lover boy method in order to get dozens of women to fly out to Romania in order to work as webcam models. They did not know originally that they would be webcam models. He socially isolated them, and then he encouraged them to create sexual content so he could make tens of thousands of dollars off of that content. The reason why we know that he employed the lover boy method, the reason why we know that he flew these women out and effectively tricked them and socially isolated them in order to becoming digital prostitutes is because he said it. Andrew Tate said it. He talks about the lover boy method. He used to have a class called PhD. It was pimping hoes something, right? It was literally a class about how to emotionally manipulate women into doing anything possible for you. He's talked about this openly. He's talked about manipulating people into sex work openly. Then for hitting women, not only do we have the allegations from the Romanian women who felt like their passports were taken, they were socially isolated, they were cut off from family, they were raped, et cetera, et cetera. We also just have this last week. Last week, when he was in California because he fled Florida because Florida was investigating him, there was an Instagram model. Weird that he's dating Instagram models, right? But there was an Instagram model that he went on dates with, and she showed the bruises on her face. And she was like, this dude hit me. We were having sex, and this dude hit me without any kind of like consent. I didn't agree to BDSM. I didn't agree to battery. I didn't agree to any of this. He just started choking me and hitting me for no reason. And so we don't just have old evidence, we have new evidence, right? Then rape, we also have the UK case where we just watched it the other day. There's literally 2 women who say he started a relationship, he started physically abusing them, he raped them, and then we have voicemails from Andrew Tate saying, yep, I physically abused you. Yes, I physically abused you during sex. Yes, I did sex things that you didn't want to do. And as a result, you can go fuck yourself. That's what Andrew Tate said on voicemail. So we know he's a rapist. We know he's a sex trafficker. We know that he hits women. And somehow this is supposed to be virtuous. This is what young men are supposed to look up to. This is what the based Christian nationalist is arguing should be held up as an example for young people. Like, Nick, you moron, what are you doing? Like, I get like being controversial in order to make money is something that a lot of people do. And so I don't begrudge him being controversial to make money. What I do begrudge him is flying the flag of Christianity, flying the flag of religion while defending a sex trafficking, abusive rapist. That's criminally insane. So he's giving Andrew Tate substantive credit for shifting men right wing. And he's saying that all Andrew Tate really did was say, don't let women control you and work hard and make money. We don't live in a matriarchy. We live in a patriarchy, and we should live in a patriarchy. If that's all he was saying, then there wouldn't be a problem. Okay? There wouldn't be a problem. I can tell you right now on the camera, men should work hard so they can have the things that they want, but also so they can provide for their families. I can tell you that because of the dynamics within my wife and I's relationship, she is a homemaker. She takes care of our children, and she provides for the logistics that are necessary in order for our home to function. She does cook most of the time. She does clean most of the time. I help out as I can because it is a big job, but she handles the domestic responsibilities substantively. If I had to put it at a ratio, it's like 80-20 to her. She handles the domestic side. And then for me, for finances, I handle 100% of the financial side. We are specialized. We have deferring responsibilities that are traditional, right? He's saying there's no evidence in Romania. He's wrong. There's still evidence in Romania. They're still building the case. And honestly, I think they probably could have charged it and done it already. But obviously, Romania is like a kleptocratic, corrupt country, which is why Andrew Tate moved there in the first place. You can find clips of him saying, I moved to Eastern Europe because it's corrupt. I moved to Eastern Europe because I would be able to pimp women easier. I moved to Eastern Europe because they have a more traditional view on male stuff. And so my behavior would be more tolerated in Eastern Europe, right? So he does still have a case. And Andrew Tate is probably betting on the corruption of the Romanian government and the incompetence of the UK government so he can avoid jail or prison. And then Ron DeSantis investigated the sex trafficking, or wanted to investigate the sex trafficking and rape crimes. And he did take it personal that Andrew Tate was in his state. Do you know why he took it personal in his state? Is because somebody told him that by the way, it's allegedly the Trump administration who helped him get his travel ban lifted. Okay. So allegedly Trump, the alleged rapist, the billionaire alleged rapist, who says when you're rich and powerful, you can do whatever you want. You can grab him by the pussy. And then he was accused of grabbing a woman by her pussy, and he lost a defamation website, or excuse me, he lost a defamation and sexual assault lawsuit. He got the travel restrictions lifted for the Tate brothers, and then the Tate brothers traveled to the United States, and then Ron DeSantis, in my opinion, very actual conservative principled, said, I don't want a rapist in my state. I don't want a rapist raping my citizens. I don't want a rapist partying in Miami and physically abusing and sex trafficking more women. Therefore, if he has all these credible criminal allegations against them, hell yeah, we're going after him. And do you know what happened as soon as Ron DeSantis said that? Despite Andrew Tate saying that he was going to stay and try to get Ron DeSantis overthrown as governor, Andrew Tate fled. He ran away. And he found a woman in California to probably, okay, let's not say rape because she didn't allege rape, but to have sex with and then physically abuse. Why would Ron DeSantis, a Christian, why would Ron DeSantis, a social conservative, why would Ron DeSantis, a fiscal conservative, be interested in doing apologia for a person who is credibly accused of sex trafficking, is known to have raped people, and is known to have physically abused people? There is no real answer here that Nick Fuentes can base in scripture or social conservatism. The only thing that he can do is appeal to social relevance and Andrew Tate being on the right-wing team. That's the only thing that he can appeal to. He cannot appeal to principle. He can only appeal to team-based dynamics that involve anti-Semitism and misogyny. And by the way, when I say anti-Semitism or misogyny, I'm not saying it in the liberal or progressive way. I'm not clutching my pearls. I'm not going, oh, you're anti-Semitic. Oh, you're misogynist. That's not what's happening. What I am saying is, descriptively, Nick Fuentes does not like women. That's just a description. You don't have to make a moral judgment, right? It's bad, but you don't have to be like, you don't have a pearl clutch about it, right? Then, when it comes to anti-Semitism, he's literally an anti-Semite. I'm not saying like, oh, anti-Semitism's so bad, I'm going to use this magic word as a spell in order to cast you back into hell. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you descriptively do not like women. You descriptively do not like Jews. That's it. Okay. I apologize for being passionate, but what I really dislike about this is cloaking yourself in the robes of religion and then using that as a pretext with which to dismiss actual criminal behavior. It is gross. Nick is charismatic. He's funny. Nobody's denying that. He is doing actually evil shit. He is doing something that is bad, and he probably knows that it's bad, and he doesn't care. Let's continue.
Particular, you would say, just in general, that that's messed up. You would say, what kind of country do we live in where you have the governor of the state saying, oh, someone, a U.S. citizen flew here? Well, we're coming after them. Now we're just going to come after them. We're opening up a criminal case, not based on any police report, not based on evidence, nothing like that. Well, you know, he's here. We don't like him. We're just going to start digging into him. We're going to raid his house. We're going to look through his shit.
Based.
But what's richer, what makes it even better is I thought Florida is the state where woke goes to die. Isn't that what DeSantis always says? He says, I'm the governor of the free state of Florida. They always say that. The free state of Florida. It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Ron DeSantis from the free state of Florida, where woke goes to die. So of all places, it's Florida. And I would guess it doesn't help that Andrew Tate has criticized Israel.
Hold up. I'm sorry. I've already given you like a 5 to 10 minute spiel, and so I don't want to keep yapping. Even if you are rabidly pro-Palestine, even if you were an anti-Semite, even if you hated Jews with every fiber of your being, you could still think that sex trafficking, rape, and battery are bad. Even if you were a Nazi, even if you were a anti-Semitic Christian nationalist, even if you were a Christian theocrat, you could still think that sex trafficking, rape, and physical abuse of women is something that deserves jail or prison sentences. This is absolute cope. This is Nick Fuentes trying to appeal to Andrew Tate fans by saying, like, even though you're controversial, even though your creator sucks, even though your creator is a criminal, even though your creator has like all these values that are antithetical to social conservatism, I'm on your team. Don't worry about it. And so he's trying to, in my opinion, he is cynically appealing to that demographic. Dicky Boy says, new channel. No, actually, I'll share a little bit. So Dicky Boy asks an important question, and I want to thank the 50 plus people who are hanging out with us right now. Okay. We're going to grow it. We're going to keep growing it. So Christian Vlaris answered the question, but I'm going to answer it anyways. Valor Media Network is an offshoot of Midas. It is being run by a gentleman by the name of Ken, who is a military veteran. He, I think the way that it was pitched to me, I'm not saying this is totally correct, but this is my understanding of it, is that there is plenty of insane far right and far left content. And so as a result, there needs to be a place for young men to go that isn't totally psychotic. And so they're creating like, you see the Game Within on your screen. That's a sports podcast. There's the G-Dunk podcast, which is like two veterans yapping about current events. That's another good podcast. I'm trying to think of what else. G-Dunk, there's Men Talking Mindfulness. It's two guys who are like psychological gurus who talk about like healing from trauma and all that kind of stuff. And most of the goal, somebody saying like non-toxic male mentorship, it's kind of that, right? So I think that some of that can feel ephemeral. Some of it can feel a little bit like weak if you're just trying to help men who are injured, right? However, one, it's needed. And then two, they needed somebody who was already in the mud and willing to go into the mud in order to call out the BS. And so I said, if I got to stream 20 to 35 hours a week, and if I got to react to and break down some of the worst people in our society, that would be my dream job. And so Ken said, okay, come work for me. And we agreed to a contract. And so in 6 months, if I am at, no offense to the beautiful 55 souls who are currently watching this program, if I'm at 55 viewers in 6 months, then we're probably not going to renew the show, right? I'm going to have to go back to the wage cage, and we'll move on. However, if I stream 20 to 30 hours a week and we start getting 500, 1,000, 2,000 people, we get a little bit of donations, we get a little bit of time, we get a little bit of attention, all that kind of stuff, then we could be a show. We could be a show full time, and then I'm just doing this forever, which would be my dream job. So anyways, that's what's going on. So Counterpoints and Counterpoints 40K are still channels that I'll be working on in the background. However, I will be live 20 to 35 hours a week on Valor Media Network. Anyways, speaking of which, if you are just paying your bills, if you are broke, if you are a wage cage slave, if you are barely surviving, I do not want your money. I just want you to scroll over to the like button on the stream, and I want you to click the like button on the stream. And if you have the capacity to do so, I want you to engage in chat. I want you to type out whatever you're thinking. That way I can engage with it. If you do have money, if you have a 401k, if you have a retirement plan, if you have savings and you like the idea, you like the project, you think that this content does have value, then I am going to post a link right now, which is effectively a tip link that if you want to do a donation, please do a donation at that link. Then what I would say too is, if the link is broken, if it's not working for whatever reason, please let me know because we just need to make sure that everything is working for the channel. I'm going to engage with chat for a second before we keep moving. Spirit Walker says it's important to live. It's important to like this program. If you want to support this, it's important for the algorithm. It is. Please like it so more people know that we're live. Ren says Elon Musk has never had an original thought in his head. He has bought companies that were already performing. He bought the Tesla name from the originators of the brand. He hasn't really upgraded. The only thing that he supposedly did anything to was the Cybertruck, which was his creation. And look how many times it's been recalled. Yeah, the Cybertruck sucks, by the way. They were so close to making a Warthog utility vehicle from the video game series Halo, and they screwed up the design. It's terrible. I'm assuming you're further back in the VOD, but you'll get here eventually, and you'll see what's going on. So tip link is in the chat. If you want to share some money, please do so. Financial support is always appreciated. If you're broke, then go ahead and just like the stream. Or if you don't feel like sharing money, that's totally fine. Just like the stream and engage in chat. All right, let's continue.
I'm sure that doesn't help either. And you only have to look at what's happening to everybody else in this country. If you criticize Israel, you're being deported. If the university isn't pro-Israel, they're getting all their money taken. We'll talk about that later tonight. Is it really a stretch that Ron DeSantis, one of the most pro-Israel governors who has traveled to Israel, signed laws in Israel, penalized companies, schools on behalf of Israel, pushed the Trump administration to move the embassy in Israel, gets money from the Adelsons? Is it a stretch to say that Andrew Tate arrived in Florida and they literally launched a politically motivated persecution for no reason other than that he has criticized Israel in the past? I don't think that's a stretch at all.
I think it's absolutely a stretch. You can say that Andrew Tate's anti-Zionist, anti-Israeli advocacy was a part of the reason why Ron DeSantis went after him. But if I was a social conservative and I had a rapist, sex trafficker, female abuser in my state, and I was the governor, and I wanted to project strength, then I would 100% say, hey, we did a preliminary look at the Andrew Tate allegations. We think some of this stuff is disturbing. He's still pending sex trafficking charges in Romania. We don't want a person like this in our state. As a result, I'm directing the state attorney in order to look into him to see if we can uncover any other criminal behavior. If we do find criminal behavior conducted within the state of Florida or something that we can charge that he's conducted overseas, we will charge him and we will put him in a jail or prison. Ron DeSantis saying that I don't like people who rape and abuse women is perfectly in line with a social conservative perspective, let alone a pro-Zionist perspective. You could be a Nazi and still think that beating and raping women is bad. This is a very weak and dumb take that probably only appeals to the dumbest parts of Nick's audience.
And by the way, that just goes to show, and this is really besides the point, but it just goes to show there is a tension that is deep within the heart of the Republican Party, which is that on the one hand, they like to say these things like, we're the free state of Florida, woe goes to die, we love free speech, and all of that. And then on the other side, they're throwing people in jail for criticizing Israel. They're deporting people for criticizing Israel. They're making it so that you can't get a federal contract unless you pledge allegiance to Israel. Sooner or later, we got to talk about that. Sooner or later, someone in the GOP needs to be confronted. How are you going to be calling yourself the free state of Florida and it's a Jewish police state? You can't do it. But anyway, so he comes to Florida. They're looking into him.
I'm sorry if I'm not objecting to all of it. I just think some of this is obviously such baloney. As an example, he's talking about like, oh, you're going to jail for criticizing Israel. No, you're not. What happened was there were two protesters that we know of, Mahmoud Khalil and another gal from Turkey. The gal from Turkey, I actually don't think should have been deported. She was critical of the state of Israel. She was pro-Palestinian, but she didn't endorse any terrorist organizations. She is on a student visa. So the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, did revoke her student visa, right? And she got deported, or she's in the process of being deported. Mahmoud Khalil, on the other hand, he worked for being a negotiator and an advocate for a student organization known as CUAD. And CUAD occupied a bunch of buildings in the Columbia University, and Mahmoud Khalil was a negotiator on their behalf and ostensibly a leader of the organization. Well, CUAD released 1 year after the October 7, 2023 attacks, they released a glorious review of the October 7, 2023 attacks that glorified their martyrs and glorified the holy struggle, the Al-Aqsa flood. And in my opinion, if you are going to be sympathetic to or glorify terrorist organizations, I don't need you in my country. There's a law called deportable aliens, and it talks about people who have been granted residency status within the United States. One of the things that can result in your revocation of a residency status is glorifying terrorist organizations or terrorist activities. I am perfectly fine with that law. I have no problems with it. If you disagree, if you're a liberal, you think that free speech and freedom of conscience is sacrosanct, good for you. I'm happy for you. I don't. I think freedom of speech and freedom of conscience is sacrosanct for citizens. I think that people who are coming here as guests to our country have to earn the rights by becoming citizens and buying into our republic. If they don't buy into our republic, if they are hostile to our republic, if they glorify terrorism, if they're hostile to our allies, they don't need to be here. They can go be hostile to us and hostile to our way of life and hostile to our allies in a different location. I literally don't care. So that's my opinion.
Somehow the investigations dropped. I don't know, maybe there was a back channel, but Andrew Tate reports that he's spoken to the governor or the representatives from the governor. And I guess that's over now, according to Andrew Tate.
Because he left.
He flies back to Romania, and while he's outside the country, which is in a way putting himself in peril, you figure that he arrives in America and he has all this trouble, leaves America, and what happens? Some woman comes out of the woodwork and says that she was domestically abused. She was emotionally, verbally, and physically abused by Andrew Tate.
Yep.
And this is the story. This is from the New York Times. It says, quote, a Los Angeles woman is suing Andrew Tate, the online influencer known for promoting misogynistic views, accusing him of physically and sexually abusing her while they were in a relationship. The civil complaint filed on Thursday in Superior Court in Los Angeles County by Brianna Stern claimed that Mr. Tate choked, beat, and verbally degraded her while they were in a relationship that began last July and included a hotel stay in California this month. Mr. Tate denied the allegations through his representatives. His legal team said, quote, this is a blatant cash grab, a desperate attempt by a sad individual to exploit Andrew's success and reputation for personal gain. She has chosen to air her false claims in the press, revealing her true motives, money and attention, not justice. In the 30-page lawsuit, Ms. Stern accused Andrew Tate of threatening her with violence and psychologically controlling her during their relationship. She asked the court for a restraining order, saying that he had forced her to install an app on her phone so he could track her and give him the passwords to her social media accounts. According to the lawsuit, she and Mr. Tate met in July 2024. Ms. Stern, a model and influencer with her own cryptocurrency coin, was searching for advice. She said Mr. Tate was looking for models to join him in Romania to help promote his crypto meme coin. She went to Romania and they began a relationship, discussing plans to live together in the United States. She said at times he was loving and kind, but also berated her and hit her. She said in the lawsuit that Mr. Tate assaulted her during a stay at the Beverly Hills Hotel. He choked and beat her until she lost consciousness. While doing so, Tate told her repeatedly if she ever crossed him, he was going to kill her, said the lawsuit. She waited to report the assault to the police until after the brothers left the United States. They returned to Romania on March 22nd for a hearing there. And she says she did this to avoid retaliation.
Okay. I don't know what he's going to say, but we have women in Romania who said that their passports were taken and that they were physically, emotionally, and verbally abused by Andrew Tate and compelled to believe that they were not free to leave. When they did leave, they had bodyguards travel with them, and they were, Andrew Tate, through his own self-admission, used the lover boy method in order to try to manipulate women into being sex workers. So we have the Romanian people, and he just admitted, despite saying that the Romanian charges were BS 10 minutes ago, he just admitted that the Tate brothers had to return to Romania for a court hearing. So he's already contradicted himself within this own content because he's sweeping for a rapist. This is like people have attacked me because I said that Stephen Bennell, Destiny, the streamer who leaked homemade pornography to other parties that then got leaked, and that what else did he do that was bad? Audio recorded consensual sexual liaisons. I said that that's all bad. He shouldn't do that. The people who are suing him should be compensated, but I don't think that he should ultimately end up in jail or prison based off of the law as I currently understood it. I said that, and I caught flack for that. Nick Fuentes right now is defending a man Well, Nick Fuentes isn't a particularly popular guy, so this isn't that coherent of a point, but I'm still going to make it anyways. Nick Fuentes is openly defending a guy who has a harem in Romania that have talked about how he used the lover boy method in order to turn them into prostitutes and physically, verbally, and emotionally abuse them. There's two people in the United Kingdom who repeated the same charges. Both of them have talked about the physical abuse, and one of them has audio recordings of Andrew Tate admitting to rape. And then we have a woman in Los Angeles who he tried to recruit to Romania, alleging the same thing. At what point, when you have a dozen women alleging physical abuse, rape, and sex trafficking, do you just say, hey, this guy's, he fights for some ideas that I think are cool, but he's realistically a rapist and a sex trafficker and a person who beats women, and I think all of that is evil and should be condemned, and he should probably go to jail or prison. Why is that hard for a Christian nationalist to say? It is contradictory to all of his alleged values, and yet he's still out here sweeping for it. Amazing.
Really interesting timing. So they've been in a relationship.
Interesting timing. Maybe Andrew Tate just keeps doing what he does because he doesn't want the Matrix to control his life, something that he's repeated on social media dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of times. Maybe that's a possibility rather than every woman that Andrew Tate has ever abused is lying.
Relationship for almost a year. The relationship started in July 2024. I think at that point, it's pretty well established who Andrew Tate is, the accusations against him, what he's done. So you have a woman who knows who Andrew Tate is, starts a relationship with him. Presumably she's getting paid, flown out, put up in hotels. You can imagine. I mean, you see the kind of wealth that Andrew Tate is able to mobilize.
Through sex trafficking.
So she's clearly living a nice lifestyle. She's flying to Europe, probably paid for. She's staying at fancy, expensive hotels. Who can imagine the lifestyle? And then she decides when Andrew Tate gets in all the legal trouble in the United States, now all of a sudden she's got a problem. When she was in Romania and Andrew Tate was literally in house prison, he's literally confined in a Romanian jail, and then he's on house arrest. Didn't have anything to say then when she's living over there, when he's actually being accused, when all that is going on, even though apparently this has been going on the entire time. She waits until after he comes to the United States and then gets in all the legal trouble here. All of a sudden, Ron DeSantis and the Attorney General start sniffing around Tate. Andrew Tate leaves the country, where maybe there's a question about whether he'll be able to return given what is taking place. Now, all of a sudden, she has all these accusations. And she posts this big thread on Twitter. She posts like a 30, I don't know how many tweets, maybe it was 10, 15 tweets. But she posts this huge thread on Twitter. I think it's, like I said, 15 or 20 tweets long. And she's apparently producing the receipts. In my opinion, when it comes to these things, you need to fight the battle in court. I'm a big believer. Don't go and tell the public and air all of that out. If there's a crime being committed, literally tell it to the judge. Tell it to the cops, tell it to the judge. I don't know why she's on social media broadcasting all this, posting the screenshots, everything like that. I mean, I think we know why. Now she's instantly a superstar. Millions of impressions. This is going to be huge for social media, certainly for her meme coin. I'm sure she's going to get a payday off of that. But she posts this huge thread. She's posting screenshots. They purport to be text messages from Tate. Who knows if they're real? And then here's my favorite part. This is the best. So she says, well, he's abusing me, et cetera, et cetera. She says he's beating me. Now, the thing is about abuse is it's completely arbitrary. What a woman says is emotional or verbal abuse, let's be honest, women can stretch that. Sometimes they could just fabricate that out of thin air. So I don't typically find that very credible. If a woman claims, a woman will get dumped by a guy, and regardless, she'll say, oh, he's a narcissist, he's a gaslighter, he's an abuser, blah, 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 whatever. She posts the screenshots. Maybe they're real. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's a sexual thing. Who knows? But the thing about physical violence is it's provable. I mean, if you get your ass kicked, if you're getting hit in the face, there's got to be some proof. And maybe not even just photographic proof, but there's proof of if you're getting your ass kicked, maybe you go to your friend, maybe you go crying to your parents, maybe you go to the police. I'm in a hotel, I got beat up. Is there anyone to corroborate this? Did anybody overhear it? Is there a police report from the day it happened? Can anybody that you know corroborate this? Well, she posts a picture. We don't have any of that. We have some screenshots. Big deal. Text messages. Nothing else. At the end of her very long thread where she's making all these accusations, she posts a picture of her face. This is supposed to be evidence of the physical abuse. There's no bruises. There's nothing. She's got makeup on. It looks like a little bit of blush. Her face is a little bit red right here. Looks like her eye makeup is smeared. That's it. That's it. This is supposed to be a pimp. He's beating me up.
Okay. Let's, this is actually like repulsive. Not so Gen X says, I hate agreeing with Nick, but I said the same thing in her comments if we're talking about that Brie girl. Well, we'll take a look. Yes, Nick has problematic views on women in general. I agree. All right. Well, we're probably not going to break bread on this one, not so Jen, but that's okay. We don't always have to agree in order for you to be in chat. Matter of fact, I welcome disagreement. Okay. So let's go. We got past this Ron DeSantis crap. This is all baloney. You can be a Nazi and still think that beating women and sex trafficking them is bad, right? So what's really interesting, what I really like about the way that we started streaming is we watched a part of an episode from ContraPoints that talked about conspiracy theory thinking. And there's an appeal to anomaly. Now, appeal to anomaly are sentences that effectively say, isn't it weird that? Isn't it weird that? Isn't it weird that? And we got that from Nick today. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that you can't notice weird things. Of course, like if there's something that's objectively weird or subjectively weird, but a lot of people would agree with your assessment, then bring it up. But the reason why I think that this is kind of baloney is we have a guy who, as I've said before, is credibly accused of sex trafficking. There's evidence of the sex trafficking. He even talks about his own sex trafficking method. We have a guy who has been accused of physical abuse, and there are people who reported the physical abuse in the past. We have a guy who has been credibly accused of rape, and there's voicemails of him admitting to rape. So we have a rapist, sex trafficker, physical abuser. Okay. And then Nick Fuentes' appeal to anomaly is, well, she would have already known that he was a bad guy. So why would she hang out with him? The same reason that everyone hangs out with people who have clout, power, and money. Even if somebody is malicious, even if somebody is evil, oftentimes people want to hang out with them because if they have clout, then you are hoping that by being in their social sphere, you can prove to the audience that you are different. You are interesting. You are insightful. You are intelligent. You are attractive. And therefore, the person who has social clout, some of their audience will cross-pollinate onto your audience. This is literally the nature of politics and social media. All right. And then if they have money, the hope is that if they have more money than they can spend in a lifetime, which Andrew Tate has like 4 supercars and a compound in Romania, he allegedly makes more than $1 million a month, all that kind of stuff. Then if they have money, the hope is that if they have more money than they can spend, then they are going to cut you off a chunk of that cash. And let's face it, money talks. Okay. So just because she is Machiavellian potentially in the way that she wants to garner social clout and in the way that she wants to get money is immaterial to the fact of whether or not Andrew Tate tried to bring her to Romania to sex traffic her and whether or not Andrew Tate beat her and whether or not Andrew Tate raped her. Okay. Sultan Al Fahim says the texts are horrible, while Not So Gen X says the Brie girl undermines the seriousness of the situation to me. Tate is a criminal and serious abuser. Her texts with him were crazy and Tate is unhinged. So let's take a look, right? Not so Gen X says, but her posting all that on X didn't seem like the best way to address it. Seems like she chose to be with him after knowing his history. I don't know. So not so Gen X, what I would say is Nick is appealing to your sense of anomaly and also the victim being imperfect, which is fine. Like, we can acknowledge exactly what you're saying. She could be a bad person too. She could be a clout shark. She could be financially motivated in order to associate with Tate in the first place. She could be, I'm sorry, Ken, if you're still listening, but she could be an e-prostitute. She could be a digital prostitute. That still doesn't justify him physically beating her. That still doesn't justify him potentially trying to recruit her for sex trafficking. And that doesn't justify him potentially raping her. So instead of just talking about it, what we're going to do is we're going to pull it up. Because one of the things that other streamers get frustrated with is when people bring up social situations, or excuse me, not just social situations, but they bring up points, but then they don't substantiate it. So I'm going to search Bree Andrew Tate. There's the lawsuit. Let's find Bree. And you are my property. My name is Bree Stern. I'm from Los Angeles. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over so you guys can see it. Let's go ahead and check out the thread. Okay. You are my property, quote unquote. My name is Bree Stern. I'm from Los Angeles, California. I met Andrew Tate in the summer of 2024, and we were in a relationship for almost a year. Okay. So looking at the photo, we can see a red mark right here. Now, Nick, this does look like, I think they call it an abrasion. Let's take a look at it. What is an abrasion? Definition. An abrasion is an injury when your skin rubs off. So here's an example of an abrasion. That's obviously like a road rash. Here's like a scrape, all that kind of stuff. But if you get slapped or if you get hit, let's take a look at like a punch abrasion. Is there a slap abrasion? Sorry if I'm not getting it immediately, but I do think it's relevant. These are more intense. Although this one might be a good, these ones, right? These can be similar, right? So these ones I would say are more serious than what Bree suffered. But at the same time, right here, this one. This is the perfect example. It's like inflammation caused by a strike, right? Now, some of this can be genetic, but, anyways. It looks like an abrasion to me. Now, could she fake this with makeup? Maybe. But considering that he already has a past of hitting women, considering he already has a past of being choked out, considering he already has a past of sex trafficking, I'm inclined to believe her. But let's see what else she says. We met because he needed models for his crypto coin and promised to help me to save my crypto coin, #sister. Well, we already know why she's posting about this, right? The reason why she's posting about this is obviously because she wants clout, she wants money, she wants this, she wants that, and she was physically abused by a famous man. Okay? That's why. All right? We spent as much time together as we could, but when we weren't physically together, we were in communication all day, every day. So he was employing the lover boy method again. He was my best friend. I stood by his side unwaveringly. We made plans to live together, first in Romania, then in Miami once he traveled to America. Okay. He wanted to start a new life together once he arrived. He's already promised other women that he was going to marry them and have children. So this is unsurprising that he was making similar promises to him. He wanted me to have his children and always told me we would be together forever. Andrew told me he loved me every day and I was very much in love with him. Okay, this is literally the lover boy method. Despite the fact that he has hurt me so badly, I still love him. Maybe that is Stockholm Syndrome. I don't know. I'm glad you texted me. I was having anxiety. Anxious little lady over here. You need to be hit. Why? I don't like it. What did I do? You deserve it. Why? Oh, so he's already talking about hitting her. Amazing. The last time I saw Andrew was on March 11th, 2025 at the Beverly Hills Hotel. The last words he said to me before I left the hotel were, "Shut the fuck up, bitch. You will never backtalk me. You are my property. If you're mine, why wouldn't I be able to hit you? Okay. You scared me with what you said. Are you scared of me? Physical violence for me is a huge no. I don't even like when you hit me during sex. It scares me." So literally she's saying, hey, I don't even like it when we're intimate and you like doing a little bit of BDSM stuff. I don't like it when you hit me in general. Physical violence is for me is a huge no. I don't even like when you hit me during sex. It scares me. Boom. There we go. Due to the events that had transpired in the early hours of that day, as well as his final degrading words, something just clicked. I finally recognized that someone who truly loved me wouldn't say the things to me or hurt me repeatedly. So let's check out this text message. I want an update. What happens next? Why are you being mean in other chat? Because I want to beat the fuck out of you. You will give me a child this year, bitch. Why do you want to beat me? It's 12:30 a.m. I'm in the room. I sleep soon. What's the point in having you if I don't beat you and impregnate you? You should be thankful. Awesome. Thanks, Nick Fuentes, the classic Christian nationalist tradcon. What a fucking asshole. Sorry, Ken. I'm sorry for cussing, and I'm sorry to my mother for cussing as well. But we have a young man who is poisoning the minds of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of young men by telling women that telling men that all women are stupid, and even Christian conservative women who just want an equitable relationship and partnership are actually evil and stupid. And he's defending a man who is still physically abusing women and emotionally abusing them. This wasn't a joke or an internet facade. This was the reality of my boyfriend in my life, and I need to take back control. You are my property echoed in my mind, and I knew that was not the future I wanted for myself or for my children. It was not easy, but I gathered the courage to do what I had contemplated doing for a long time, leave him. I grabbed my things and walked out of the hotel and out of our relationship. That day, even though I was terrified, I made a promise to myself that I would not go back no matter what he said, no matter what he did. I blocked his numbers, blocked him on social media platforms and on all other communications apps. I went to a doctor. I went to the police. Good. The last week has been very difficult and extremely scary for me. I am an emotional wreck and I'm constantly looking over my shoulder. I'm not the person I was before. Andrew texted me recently and let me know that if you ever betray me, you will regret it. He has told me on many occasions before that if I crossed him, he would ruin my life, rape me, or kill me. I really love hitting you. It's very good for me. And you, it's relaxing. Don't you think? ? Pookie, no, I cry. Coming out about this is really terrifying. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Photos of her getting hit. Why would you extend any charity to Andrew Tate? Why would you extend any charity to somebody who has already been credibly accused of sex trafficking and is facing criminal charges, has already been accused of physical and emotional and verbal abuse by multiple women, and someone who has been credibly accused and there is evidence of him committing rape? Why are you backing this guy, Nick? He's a degenerate. He's a sexual degenerate. He's a social degenerate. He's an evil person. He does bad things willingly. He's a Satanist. And what I mean by that is I don't mean he worships Satan. I mean he's a Satanist in that he worships himself. Andrew Tate worships himself. Why is the based Groyper leader of the Christian nationalists supporting a sexually degenerate Satanist, somebody who worships himself? Why? And it's because he wants clout. He wants power. He wants money. And he's willing to compromise principles in order to do it. He's willing to ally himself with truly evil human beings in order to do it. Seraph702 says, this is like every father's nightmare for their daughters. If you did this to any of my children, girl or boy, there's a strong chance that you are going to reap a physical consequence. I'll put it that way because we're on a polite show. If I find out, let's say I have a daughter. Let's say that I find out my sons. Let's say one of my sons is gay. If he's in a physically abusive relationship with a woman, he just needs to leave, right? But if there's a woman or man, I guess, who physically abuses my children, and then says that if they ever leave, they're gonna kill them, we're gonna have at minimum words. Let's put it that way. You are forgetting that Nick Fuentes is a homosexual. Maybe Nick has a homosexual crush on Andrew Tate. Maybe he wishes that he was beaten by Andrew Tate. Maybe he wishes that he was taken to Romania in order to be a cat boy. I have no idea. But yeah. Anyways. So we're hitting like 2 hours. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 60 seconds. I just need to use the restroom. Give me a second. Oh, thank you. Regnar Jordan. I don't know if I should say your name, so apologies. But there's money in my account. So thank you kindly for the donation. It is sincerely appreciated. If you want me to call you something else in chat, just let me know. I'll take but thank you for the donation. Sincerely. It's very much appreciated. And thank you to the beautiful 50 beautiful people cross platform. I am going to leave you in the hands of Nick Fuentes for a moment, but I promise I'll be back as quickly as possible. Thank you for the donation. Sincerely appreciated.
He's making me do all these things. I can't believe the way he talks to me. And people say, okay, well, let's see. Let's see the receipts. Well, you know, he texted me this, and here's my face. And it's so funny because you see people in the replies, they're initially supportive. You know, first tweet goes out, people say, oh, you're so strong. You go, girl. I can't believe this has happened to you. You work your way down the thread, and by the end of it, people look at the picture, they go, LOL. Where's the bruise? What is this supposed to be a picture of? I don't even know what I'm looking at. Your face is red. Okay, you put blush on? You have makeup on? What is this a picture of? And this is a story often told. A guy becomes super successful, super famous, and in particular, they become a target. They make themselves a target for political reasons. We've seen this happen a million times. We saw it play out with Brett Kavanaugh, saw it play out with Donald Trump. Now it's playing out with Andrew Tate. And then all of a sudden, right when the rubber meets the road, and in particular for Andrew Tate, the guy was already under house arrest, already had all these accusations going on. He was living in another country. She waits until he gets in trouble in the United States, the country she resides in, all of a sudden to cook up this story and say, oh, she's this abuse victim. Fortunately, I think the Me Too era is over. And I think we've turned the page on that. I wonder how many people think this is credible. But this comes in concert with like a dozen other developments. This guy comes to the United States. He's under investigation by the Attorney General. He's got a high-profile sexual assault accusation. As far as we can tell, there's no proof. Maybe there'll be something convincing down the line, but nothing so far. And then on top of that, today, Netflix documentary comes out, some miniseries. And the whole thing is about how young men are being turned into incels and women haters and all of this because of the toxic red pill community, because of Andrew Tate. And it's unbelievable how much pushback this guy is getting. And listen, let me be the first to say, because I want to clarify something. We know what Andrew Tate is. He's a pimp. Like, by definition, I'm not saying that like, oh, he's a gangster, he's a pimp. I mean, he's literally a pimp. He did the webcam business. He did the OnlyFans thing. He's not a Christian. He doesn't purport to be a Christian. Seems pretty sleazy, sleeps with a lot of women. I don't want to make it clear. Obviously, I don't approve of those things. I don't think that pornography should be legal. I don't think that the webcam business should be legal. I think that stuff should all be shut down.
All right, so let's pause real quick just so we can address a couple of things that he said that is just factually untrue. No evidence of sexual assault. I'll show that to you momentarily. A Netflix documentary showing that men are being radicalized into black pill, incel, volcel losers, right? Nick Fuentes has been doing that for an entire hour. We've been watching him for 30 minutes or so.
So
25 minutes. We still have 30 minutes to go. This feels like a slog because he said so many dumb and evil things. But there is evidence of sexual assault. I'll literally just show it to you right now. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Nick Fuentes is saying that we got nothing. He's got nothing. Okay, we'll just pull it up. YouTube video, Vice News, Andrew Tate. We watched this on stream the other day. Towards the end.
One of the most dangerous men on this planet.
Here we go. It's fine.
Scare tactics to make sure I wouldn't go anywhere, go to the police.
She is withholding her real name.
Here we
I
go.
always knew, even from back in the day, there was always things said bad about him. But when I'd seen him again in 2013, I thought, oh, all these rumors about him may be false because he's actually been really lovely. The first time I went around his house, because before it was like maybe 3-4 times we got on dates, we started to make out on the bed. Out of the blue, he literally just stopped what he was doing and just laid back. He said, I'm just contemplating whether I should rape you or not. And I promise you, within an instant, he changed. He just jumped straight on top of me, grabbed my throat, started suffocating me, strangling me. The more I didn't want to, it made him so much more aggressive, to the point where he was pinning me down, hurting me. The things he was saying to me, he was like, who do you belong to? Who do you belong to? And the more I couldn't say it, the more he'd hurt me. So I couldn't see an escape. And at that point, I just gave up. I just gave up. Then when it stopped, he went to the bathroom and acted as if it was normal. So I'm like, maybe I did. Did I want it? Did I not? I definitely said to him, please don't, please don't. And he told me, shut the fuck up. Definitely got strangled. I definitely didn't want it. Did he think I wanted it? When you look back, the psychological warfare you have with yourself is like, you couldn't even imagine. You wouldn't know, you wouldn't understand it unless you've been through it. Can't even say the damn words.
Have you since come to terms with the notion that that may not have been consensual, that may have been...
I know for a fact it wasn't consensual.
But it's hard to use the word.
Even though I know technically it's true, that did happen, that is what happened to me, I still don't like vocalizing it.
Amelia's method of coping with the alleged rapes was to pretend to herself that it was a normal relationship.
The abuse wasn't consensual because he knew I didn't want it, which he confirms in multiple voice messages and texts to me.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't fucking pass out. And all the women I've ever slept with, not a single one has ever bitched or complained like you are bitching and complaining now.
Every few months, Andrew.
So yeah, so are we good? Like, listen, I know my chat isn't the Volcel, Incel, black pill, red pill chat, but are we good? Is that sufficient evidence? We have women in Romania accusing him of similar behavior. We have women in the UK accusing him of similar behavior. We have a woman in Los Angeles accusing him of similar behavior. At what point is it a half dozen to a dozen women all accusing him of the same behavior of being lovely at the beginning, being a lover boy, telling people that he loves them, he wants to have kids? That's in this documentary too, by the way. That he wants to have kids with them, that he's really only there for them. All the other girls are just a distraction, this, that, the other. He dates half a dozen women. He psychologically manipulates them into becoming webcam models so they can make, let's be real, tens of thousands of dollars per month, which a lot of them make a lot of money. So then they're like, well, it's a lot of money. Even though they've just been sex trafficked, even though they are totally socially isolated, even though they're being verbally and emotionally abused, they are making a healthy chunk of cash. He's taking a lot of it. He's taking at least half. He used to joke. I don't even think he was joking. He used to talk in his PhD classes, which is pimping hose degree. He used to talk about how he would defraud these women of their money by pretending that there was more taxes than there were, that there were more fees than there were, that there were more administrative costs than there were. He also defrauded men by saying like, oh, we'll hook up, we'll do this, we'll do that. And then he would have the men spend tens of thousands of dollars in order to meet with these webcam models. And then they would always cancel at the last minute. So the men would keep giving money in order to meet up with these women. He's a pimp. He's a fraudster. He's a thief. And we have the leader of the black pill, red pill Christian nationalist movement in the United States of America defending him, defending Andrew Tate, defending a pimp, defending a fraudster, defending a liar, defending a rapist, defending a physical abuser. So I get it. I'm preaching to the choir. You guys all think that this guy's a piece of dirt. What I want to happen is I want the people who typically defend Nick Fuentes, typically defend Andrew Tate, to just see this, right? To just see that, like, no, there's legitimate evidence. No, the Romanian case has not been dismissed. No, you can be a man without being a piece of garbage or defending other pieces of garbage. The fact that there are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of young men who are following Nick Fuentes or following Andrew Tate is actually kind of like, I don't know, a modern American tragedy. Anyways, let's continue to watch. I want to watch Nick be a piece of garbage for like another few minutes, but to be honest, like I'm sure that you guys are getting borderline like emotionally, physically repulsed. I am like physically repulsed at this time. So we'll do it for a little bit longer just for the sake of trying to have coherent content. But I have a feeling that he's just going to say Andrew Tate isn't as bad as he's being portrayed. These women are just after his money. A lot of them knew what they were getting into. And actually the reason why people are going after him is because of the Jews. Like seriously, that's what I predict. Let's see if he does anything different.
Morally, I can't defend a webcam business. I can't defend those things on moral grounds. And, you know, those are not things that I think people should do. I don't think it's moral. I think it's pretty wicked. Let's just say that for starters.
At least we got that.
But that is not why Andrew Tate is being persecuted. Are we going to pretend that the United States government and the governments of Europe are suddenly super concerned about sex trafficking? Seriously? Are we going to pretend that the state of Florida and the United States government all of a sudden is now concerned about pornography, OnlyFans? They're promoting this stuff. It's everywhere. It's ubiquitous. You have had internet pornography. It has been around for as long as the internet's been around. Totally unregulated, totally unchecked. As far as I'm concerned, it constitutes a public health crisis. This is just as much contributing to sexual dysfunction as well as sexual immorality as contraceptives, abortion, all the other technological innovations of the last 100 years. Nobody cares. Nobody in the government cares. You had this going on Facebook years ago. Facebook, there was a major investigation where they found the platform was rife not only with regular porn, but child porn. You had public-facing profiles using hashtags, and algorithm was actually suggesting their pages based on the fact that they were hosting, what do they call it now? Sexual abuse material or something like that. Visa and MasterCard had to pull the plug on Pornhub for the same reason.
Well, now he's contradicting his own arguments.
That's just talking strictly about underage people, which constitutes sexual trafficking and sexual abuse. But it's, in my opinion, sexual abuse even when people above the age of 18 do it. You know, we call masturbation the sin of self-abuse. So let's just put that aside, because a lot of people say to me, you're Catholic, how can you support a pimp, a literal pimp? I don't support the pimp activities. I support what he says politically. And the reason why he is being persecuted has nothing to do with pornography. We have to just say it outright. This is a deeply immoral society. Hollywood is putting out movies about trannies, about pedophilia, they're defending pedophiles all the time. They make shows like Euphoria. They're about every kind of sexual perversion, every kind of sexual deviancy. And then they pretend, oh, now suddenly we have a problem with it. Really? No. The reason that Andrew Tate has been subject over many years to censorship, government persecution at the state level, it has nothing to do with those things. It's all political. People like Jeffrey Epstein were tolerated. You know, real sex traffickers were tolerated, defended. The intelligence agencies run cover for them. Literally, the reason Jeffrey Epstein wasn't charged with everything that he was accused of even 20 years ago is because they said he is intelligence. He is part of the intelligence world. So don't tell me they're cracking down on Andrew Tate because of sex trafficking or porn. The government loves porn. The government loves sex trafficking. They protect sex traffickers. Ever heard of Epstein? Ever heard of any of those people? Let's just put that out there.
Oh man, this is hard if you have an 80 IQ. If you have an 80 IQ, this is probably like fire. This is probably great. Like if you're dumb as a rock, this is Keno. All right. So let's break down what he said because actually this is weirdly coherent enough that I understand it while being infinitely more insidious. It's really interesting that it's more coherent than I originally thought, and it's insidious. So the 100 IQ, right? Like 100 IQ is average IQ, right? The 100 IQ criticism I already made and he already denied. Okay. I said, why are you sweeping for? Why are you protecting a pimp? And so Nick, predicting mentally my argument against him, says, well, actually, I don't support any of these behaviors. I don't support beating, whipping. I don't support sex trafficking. I don't support pornography. These are all degenerate behaviors. However, I support his political message. And the truth is, the moral frogs, the people who say that they care about sex trafficking, they actually don't care about sex trafficking. Ignore the fact that local law enforcement breaks up sex trafficking rings all the time. Ignore the fact that federal law enforcement breaks up sex trafficking all the time. Ignore that pornography has become more regulated over time because the women who were within the industry started talking about the abuse. Ignore all of the social stigma surrounding sex trafficking. Ignore all of that, okay? Turns out the United States government and our culture actually loves degenerate sex and pornography. Well, he's already shifted the argument from rape, physical abuse, and he's keeping sex trafficking. So he's ignoring the rape and the physical abuse. He's dismissing it. He's limiting it to sex trafficking, and he's making sex trafficking and pornography equivalent. So to him, since consensual pornography produced by adults is not just as abhorrent, but it is still an abhorrent part that seems to go hand in hand with sex trafficking. It's kind of like a magician, you know, he's like flipping around the cards, and then he's like, is this your card? And you're like, no. And then he's like, ha ha. And you're like, damn, how do you pull that one? It's because over here is rape and physical abuse and emotional and verbal abuse, but over here is pornography that's enabled by sex trafficking, right? So he pulled a magic trick. Here's the rape and sexual abuse. Boom, sex trafficking. Okay. So just notice the rhetorical sleight of hand. All right. Excuse me. Just need to get comfortable. So he brings up Euphoria. The reason why I was laughing, for those of you who don't know, Euphoria is a TV series set on HBO that is about drug abuse and sexual acts of teenage people. It's actually where, who is it? Sydney Sweeney got a big start because she has graphic sex scenes in it. And let's face it, she has large chesticles, right? It's also where Zendaya was always popular, but it's also where Zendaya, I think she used to be a Disney kid. It's where she broke from the Disney mold because in that show, she's like a drug addict who hangs out with a bunch of like sexual degenerates, right? But Jaden, Nick Fuentes' former roommate and best friend, laughed and talked shit about Nick Fuentes when they stopped being roommates because Nick loved Euphoria. Now, here's the steel man. I'm not going to straw man him. I'm going to steel man him. Euphoria is really good at showing degenerate behavior, but it's also really good at showing the negative consequences of degenerate behavior. There's people who there's people who overdose. There's people who have their porn leaked. There's people who are treated poorly. There's people who are emotionally and physically abused. There's all sorts of things in Euphoria that actually show like the negative consequences of sexually and drug degenerate behavior. So I think that while Jaden believed like, oh, Nick enjoys it because he's a degenerate himself, I think Nick would argue he enjoyed the show because it pointed out like degenerate behavior and its consequences, right? But it's just weird that he would bring it up as an example. Final major point. He's bringing up Jeffrey Epstein because Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly swept for by the intelligence community because he was blackmailing powerful people. So Nick Fuentes is saying that everyone at the CIA, everyone at the FBI, everyone in law enforcement, everybody at the state's attorney's office, everybody in central government actually signed off on Jeffrey Epstein being covered up, which is not true. There were segments of the FBI and law enforcement that were legitimately pissed off that the state attorney's office of Florida swept for Jeffrey Epstein. I guarantee you that if we talk to the CIA or talk to the FBI and they were able to talk off the record, they would tell you that there were factions within the FBI and the CIA that were furious that Jeffrey Epstein and all of his co-conspirators and the members of the government and the members of industry who all had sex with underage prostitutes that Jeffrey Epstein generated blackmail from, They're probably furious that these people aren't being prosecuted in public. But the truth is, the web of people who abused power and abused teenage prostitutes is probably pretty deep. And so as a result, in order to rip up that corruption network, you effectively have to be willing to get killed. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people who got killed as a result of the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy. So he's appealing to that as if the federal government is endorsing it. But let's be real. It's factions. It's factions within the federal government that are probably saying, if this story came out, it would be so damaging to so many people. And so much of it is allegations based off of weak evidence that we're not going to release it. So, anyways, I find this insidious because he's using the rape and sex trafficking of some women to excuse the rape, sex trafficking, and physical abuse of other women. When you actually look at what he's doing, when you're not distracted by the magic, Nick Fuentes is magically endorsing, excusing sex trafficking, physical abuse, and rape. So don't get distracted by the magic.
2022 and 2023, they brought the hammer down and in 1 week banned him from everything. TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, because of his politics. Then they threw him in jail in Romania because of his politics. Why do you think they dropped the case? The case was created.
Literally in this video, Nick admitted that he had to fly back to Romania in order to continue the case. So he's either lying or he's stupid.
And then the case went away just as easily, having nothing to do with the evidence in the case. He never had a trial. It was because of the political pressures. He was arrested under Biden. He was freed under Trump. It was political. And then Tate comes to the United States and they say, once again, the Attorney General of Florida, he doesn't say, we've received new evidence. He didn't say, we got a police report. We know what's up. They said, we don't like this guy. We're going to open a criminal investigation just because we don't like what he's up to. It's political. And you look at what Andrew Tate is saying, and this guy, I've said it before, and this is controversial, but hear me out here. Andrew Tate is pushing political viewpoints for all the people that don't like him on this side that are more red-pilled than almost anybody else that is actually, strictly speaking, in politics, explicitly, overtly a political pundit.
We're going to get one guide. We're going to go ahead and do it because it's fun. And then we'll ban Go Ask Alice. Go look up the vids about Connor sweeping for left-wing degenerates where he admits that he is overlooking their perversion for money. What she's referring to, which I will expand, is that in, what is it? It's 2025 right now. In January of 2023, I think, might have been 2024. 2024. In January of 2024, Vaush, a left-wing creator who I literally have on the docket because I'm going to criticize him today, became a part of an organization called Progressive Victory. This was a Democratic PAC that was seeking to get as many people in alternative media as possible to work together in order to criticize and go after Trump, and also to go after Trump, but also to try to take the money, time, and attention and energy of the alternative media space and turn it into real world political action. The two largest creators that they had was Stephen Bonnell, also known as Destiny, and Vaush, the Ian Kaczynski, a further left streamer. He's a narco socialist or something. I don't remember I don't know what he claims to be these days. Vaush, in January or February of 2024, was revealed to have pornography on his computer that was cartoon depictions of lolicon. These are teenage girls between the ages of 12 and 18, 13 and 18, and it's disgusting. Everyone knew that I thought it was disgusting then. Everyone knew my opinions on it because I'd already talked about lolicon in the past. I think it's gross. I think it's disgusting. And I actually recommended to PV that they either make a public statement effectively saying that, like, you know, hey, if it, you know, it could have been a screw up. We're still working with him towards political ends, but if this happens again, we're going to distance ourselves. We're not going to work with him anymore. That was my recommendation. They didn't listen to my recommendation. And some people took issue with the fact that I wasn't creating content about Vaush. And the truth is, everybody already knew what was happening with Vaush, and I didn't add to the dog pile. And so they criticized me for that. That's a very weak criticism because everybody already knows my perspectives on Lolicon. Everybody knows my perspectives on Vaush. When it comes to Stephen Bennell II, Stephen created consensual homemade pornography with other consenting adults. He sent that pornography to another individual without their consent, and then that pornography got leaked. Okay? And so he caught a bunch of flack because he's been the consent king. He always talks about sexual consent, right? And then he also allegedly audio recorded consensual sexual encounters without the express consent of the individuals. And I said that people are saying that he should be on a sex offense registry. They said that he's a sex predator, and that's just not accurate. Okay. The audio recording wasn't consensual, though. That has been confirmed to exist. There's a audio recording of a homosexual encounter that we don't know whether or not it was consensual. And then Sherry says that there's an audio recording of an encounter that she had with Destiny that was not consensual. We don't have any of this confirmed. None of this has been proven in court. None of this has even been litigated. None of this has even been prosecuted. Okay. So I said that the people who were going for Destiny's digital head were exaggerating their case. I think it's interesting to me that Ask Alice on Monday and on Wednesday came in order to accuse me of hypocrisy for public positions that I've already articulated, to say that I'm like a liar or a grifter when I literally just articulated the entire situation. And this is in the context of, we have Nick the Knife Fuentes, a distant right-wing leader who is encouraging his audience to dislike women, dislike Jews, to be black-pilled about society, to hate themselves, to hate the world, and all that kind of stuff. And he is making a rhetorical argument to excuse the actions of a man who raped women, beat women, and sex trafficked women. So I'm just going to be real. Ken doesn't have to agree with me. He doesn't have to back me on this perspective. If I take some kind of public flack for it, it's okay. On the scale of sex crimes on 1 to 10, looking at cartoon pornography is bad. Of minors is bad. And I would put that at like a 3 out of 10. Leaking consensual homemade pornography, I would put that at like a 4 or a 5. Creating audio recordings, I would put that at like a 4 or a 5. Raping people and physically beating them and threatening them with death, I would put at a 9. Okay? That's where I would put that. And then sex trafficking women and using the lover boy method in order to exploit them, I would put at an 8 or a 9. All right? And I think that for under 4, or, you know, around here where the crimes and statutes start, Vosch will not go to jail. Stephen Bennell will not go to jail. They both deserve public criticism. Andrew Tate, because he committed sex crimes that are a 9, he should be publicly criticized. His supporters should be publicly criticized, and he should go to jail or prison. That feels like a coherent worldview to me. Conservative liberalism, he worked with Vaush when Connor. No, I didn't. I worked for PV, which is an organization that Vaush also worked for. So you're lying, and I don't care. So, pound sand, go someplace else. You are a distraction, and you're not interested in the content. So bye. Everyone say goodbye to Ask Alice. Bye. Let's continue.
He has a better position on feminism, better position on Israel, better position on the Russia war when that was going on COVID, on the election. I'll give you a perfect example. During the height of the election fraud in 2020 and 2021, Tucker Carlson was saying there is no fraud. To this day, he says he doesn't believe there was fraud. There was no credible evidence. Andrew Tate said there was. You had mainstream commentators like Shapiro and even others that are more respected. Shapiro's a joke now, but they were saying get vaccinated. Tate was against the vaccines. You had almost everybody. When I said, can we get a round of applause for Russia? Everybody was pro-Ukraine. Tate was pro-Russia. And then, of course, on the war in Gaza, almost nobody's talking about the war in Gaza. And if they did talk about it, it was only after it became almost unavoidable and undeniable. And especially now that we're going to a war with Iran, Tate was pushing criticism of the Jews in Israel, goes on major platforms like Nelk and others and criticizes the Jews in Israel and their power over the country. Platforms, me, yours truly. And, Piers Morgan, Patrick Bet-David, Tim Pool, they're all too cowardly to have me on the show. They make excuses. We know the real reason why. Andrew Tate would do a Twitter space with me and so on. And all this persecution is coming down, strictly speaking, for that reason. Andrew Tate is further to the right than almost anybody in the right. He gets more pushback than anybody, more censorship, more government persecution for those reasons. And it's like I said at the very beginning, I think a big part of that is because he criticizes Israel. He may even potentially, who knows, maybe getting money from the United Arab Emirates or from one of these Arab sheiks, one of these Gulf countries. I think that's plausible. Maybe there's an organized crime element. Who knows? But I think the Jewish element is a big part of it. And then on the other side, we have to talk about how what Andrew Tate is known for is criticizing feminism and women. And I want to defend that position in particular.
We're going to listen to his criticism of feminism and women, and then we're going to move on just because I am getting tired of Nick. It's funny in the beginning. It's fun in the beginning. We'll probably engage with this content in the future. But, what he's essentially doing, at least the way that I view it, is he's engaging in a clout transaction. He's saying that I'm thankful that Andrew Tate gave me a platform when I was the most canceled person because I'm critical of Israel. I'm anti-COVID vaccine. I go against the federal government on this, that, the other. I'm pro-Russia. I'm pro this. I'm pro that. These are all distant right-wing ideas, right? And so because Andrew Tate was gracious enough to give me clout, money, and by proxy, money and influence, I am going to return the favor where I'm going to sweep for his degeneracy. So for me, this isn't any more deep than that. This probably isn't any more interesting than that. I would be more interested in engaging with his perspectives on like women and relationships and sex and power and family. I would be interested in engaging with that. So I'm going to give him another minute to kind of like articulate Andrew Tate's perspectives on sex and women and feminism. But honestly, like at this point, I am like sufficiently repulsed that I'm okay. I think we got what we could out of the segment. Counterpoints, not to be disruptive, but if violently raping someone is a 9, especially when they're the age they were, then what's a 10? Do you really want an answer to what's a 10? A 10 to me would be child sex abuse. So basically graping a child. Also probably like necrophilia, like killing someone and then graping their corpse. I would put that at a 10 as well. So I'm not saying that grape isn't bad. Like that's obviously one of the worst things on the planet. And if you commit that crime, then you should be incarcerated for your life and maybe even killed by the state, right? Especially like forcible grape, right? But necrophilia, I would put at a 10. And then child grape, I would put at a 10, 100%. And both of those, like necrophilia, especially if you like killed the other person, then I would be like, yeah, you should be euthanized, right? Okay, you guys can say it's a 10. I don't care. That's fine. I would put necrophilia and child rape above rape. So if you don't agree, that's totally fine. I don't care if you agree with me. 9 or a 10 is inconsequential. You should still be incarcerated by the state for probably your entire life, and you should still be maybe killed by the state. Especially if you don't have the consent of the corpse. Come on, man. Come on, man. We're trying to run a family-friendly show here. I am being sarcastic about that, but we are trying to sanitize our language a little bit while engaging with very extreme concepts. Biz D said, just hopped in. What the fudge are you talking about? Necrophilia, lol. Well, we're talking about Nick Fuentes defending... I said just kidding. I said it was a joke. We are watching Nick Fuentes defend Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is, we showed evidence earlier in the stream, is a sex trafficker and a credibly accused rapist and physical abuser of women. So I'm sorry if I'm running out of a little bit of steam, but I'm actually like, I'm genuinely like emotionally, physically repulsed by Nick. And so I want to see if he has anything substantive to say. And then I think I want to move on.
I don't think it's moral to be beating women, and I don't support being a pimp.
Oh, thanks,
But
Nick.
let's be honest, we do have a problem in the West with women. This is something I've talked about on the show for as long as I've been doing it. And it's always so funny to see the responses from people. People call me an incel. People call me gay. People say I don't have a family, so I have no room to talk. People say I'm being a bad Christian. They use my religion against me.
Yeah.
The problem in the West is that women are out of control. They're out of control. If you believe in the natural order, if you believe in the Christian moral order, if you believe in the Christian creation story, the book of Genesis, then properly understood, the role of women in our society is secondary. It is not primary. There is nothing in the Bible that would give you any idea that in a social context, women should have equality with men. There's nothing in the Bible that says this. And people like to say, neither male nor female, neither Jew nor Gentile. Spiritually, maybe you have a point. But from a social point of view, there is nothing in the Bible that would tell you that men and women are the same, that they're equal, that they should have equal standing in society. And yet, I don't care who it is. I don't care how based they are, if they're trad or Christian or whatever, almost everybody today is defending the position that women should have political, social, legal equality. Almost everybody is effectively a feminist. Everybody on the left and almost everybody on the right is effectively a feminist. And when I put it simply like this and say, look, I don't want to hear women talking back to men. I don't want to hear women in public giving men shit, talking back, raising their voice. Women should not have the freedom to wear whatever they want, say whatever they want, go wherever they shouldn't. It should not be like this. And by the way, this fertility crisis that we're having, it has almost everything to do with the role of women, that they're educated, that there was this emancipation, liberation of women.
Okay. This is very annoying. Yeah. Well, okay, he's making a scriptural argument, but I don't even think that scripture fully supports his perspective either. So let's pull up scripture. Matthew 19:5-6, and said, for this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherever they are, no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. There's got to be a better one, right? Is it King James? And said, for this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife. And oh, it's the same thing. Is there not a, come on, in English, okay? Where they, okay. So for this cause shall a man leave a father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherever they are, no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined, let no man put asunder. So the whole point of this is like a Christian ordination. You're saying the Catholic Bible? What's the Catholic Bible? I'm showing my ignorance. Is there a standardized Catholic Bible? It doesn't say Catholic here. What's the standard Catholic Bible? What is the standard? I was raised with King James. I'm not gonna lie. The New Revised Standard Edition. All right. The new King James is easier to say. Revised Standard Edition Catholic Bible. Matthew, what was that? I forget what it was. Matthew 19:5-6. Matthew 19:5-6. For this reason, a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, no human must separate. That's even better. That's even better for my argument. Okay. So the whole point of this is that you wouldn't beat your own body unless you're a psycho. You wouldn't set it on fire. You wouldn't put cigarettes out on it. You wouldn't verbally berate yourself. You wouldn't do this. You wouldn't do that. You would approach it with a respect, and you would approach it with love if you're good to yourself, right? And so the whole point of this is to say that from a Christian perspective, I am of the opinion, you don't have to agree with me. If you're giga progressive, if you're giga liberal, you don't agree with me, and you believe in like true equity and equality of the sexes, we don't have to see perfectly eye to eye, okay? But I think that men and women are obviously complementary, okay? I'm going to be a little vulgar, so you're going to have to indulge me. I do not have a uterus. I have a penis and testes. My wife has a uterus. I cannot randomly grow a uterus, and I cannot have children. And we are both interested. My wife and I are both heterosexual. We are both interested in a heterosexual, monogamous relationship with the purpose of raising children. We are both interested in that project. And so she has the uterus. She needs some level of protection while she's in a vulnerable state. She needs economic security. She needs physical security. She needs a place to stay. She needs somebody who is willing to provide emotional and physical security while she's pregnant, because that's an incredibly vulnerable position for a human being to be in, is be pregnant, carrying another life within you. And then I have to be willing to be vulnerable in another way, where I have to be willing to work. I have to be willing to provide. I have to be willing to figure things out when there's no one else around me who has a guidebook on how to live, except for, of course, the Bible and my parents and my community. But I have to be strong enough in order to provide that emotional and physical security. And so that takes a certain amount of pain and sacrifice. She is enduring physical pain and physical sacrifice in order to bring life into the world. And I have to endure physical pain and emotional sacrifice and financial sacrifice in order to bring life into the world. We are complementary. I cannot do this without her, and she cannot do it without me. She is not my slave. She is an extension of our goals as a family. And so this biblical alleged, I would love to see his scriptural references for why you're allowed to tell women to shut up and sit down and whatever. I'm sure he'll base it off of Paul, but you know, I would like to see his scriptural references for why women have to defer to men in all things without consultation. That I think is pretty silly. So what does Paul say about women? I am a little bit of a heretic, so don't like take this necessarily. Say about marriage. Yeah, sure. Let's see what he says about marriage. The Bible and marriage. Paul, thoughts on marriage. Paul is somebody who came after Christ. Let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. Okay, so that's for monogamy. Andrew Tate's not monogamous. I'm not going to read this whole thing. The point is, if Nick sees the segment and he wants to come after me and show me his scriptural references for why women must defer to men in all things, you're welcome to do it. I would say I brought up a scriptural reference that I think justifies a more egalitarian approach to relationships and a more complementary approach to relationships, even if you're being a Christian, even if you're being traditional. Isn't every living being just an extension of you? That's more like a Taoist concept. Dominion over women is just silly. You would have to give me a scriptural justification for dominion over women. And that's even if we just accept that scripture is a sufficient basis on which to deprive other human beings of equal treatment under the law, which we're not even conceding. We're just trying to work within his spiritual framework. Malachi 2 touches upon this. Okay, let's check out Malachi 2. Although I don't recognize that as a book in the Bible. Am I being ignorant? KJV, Malachi. All right, let's look at Malachi 2. I don't remember the book of Malachi. And now, you priests, this warning is for you. If you do not listen, if you do not resolve to honor my name, says the Lord Almighty, I will send a curse to you, and I will curse. Because of you, I will rebuke your descendants. I will smear on your faces for the lips of a priest. Where's the women? Do we not all have one Father? Did God not create us? Why do we profane the covenant of our ancestors by being unfaithful to one another? Judah has been unfaithful. You're going to have to give me like a specific verse, man. This is even if we accept like Scripture as the way that we should ordain it. It is Old Testament. It's got to be, right? Malachi on marriage. Should I do that? I'll do that. Sorry for going down a thing, but I actually am like a little tired of hearing Nick bloviate. Malachite on marriage. Malachite scripture on marriage. 16 and 17, you say. Let's check out 14 and 16. You ask why. It is because the Lord sees how you treated the wife you married when you were young. You broke your promise to her even though she was your partner and you had an agreement with her. God made husbands and wives to become one body and one spirit. This is a reinforcement of what I was saying. For his purpose, so they would have children who are true to God. So be careful and do not break your promise to the wife you married when you were young. The Lord of God Israel says, I hate divorce and I hate people who do cruel things as easily as they put on clothes, says the Lord all-powerful. So be careful and do not break your trust. This, I would say, is anti-Tate. So let's do Malachi 2:17, and then I think we'll let him yap for another couple seconds, and then we're going to move on. We'll take a little breaky poo and then move on. You have wearied the Lord with your words, but you say, how have we wearied him? By saying everyone who does evil is good in the sight of the Lord, and he delights in them. Yeah, this is literally explicitly anti-Andrew Tate, by the way. This is explicitly anti-Andrew Tate. He is cruel, and he delights in his cruelty. I don't know if I could be Christian. I'd probably be more Buddhist Taoist than also believes in a central creator figure. Sure, I'm a deist. Sapien Green says, as an aside, have you ever read the short The Egg by Andy Weir? I haven't. Okay. All right. I think I'm good. Okay. We're going to end the segment. We can engage with Nick another day. Obviously, he's good content. He's good fodder. We did peak out in the 50s when I was getting a little spicy about him. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think it's sufficient to say that Nick believes in Christian nationalism. He is anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic. He believes that Israel runs the world and Jews run the world in proxy for the state of Israel. He does think that women, despite never being in a relationship and still being a virgin, he believes that women should defer to men. He encourages his audience to be cynical, to be black-pilled, to be cruel, to be mean, and to be sympathetic to a man who has been credibly accused of rape, sex trafficking, and beating women. And while he himself will not defend sex trafficking, beating women, or rape, he will provide political cover for him. Why are you actually looking up scripture? I thought the point was to just claim the Bible says so and leave it at that. Yeah, that's what he wants me to do, right? All right. Because Connor said so. So true. All right. Let's wrap that up. All right. Let's take a little break. Let's hang out with chat. Let's chill for a little bit. Let's go full screen. Don't worry. We got Vaush to check out in a second. I need a little breaky poo. I need to just hang out with you guys. Okay. So far today, okay, we have 40 people. I don't know which one of you came and went. I don't know which one of you are on lunch. I don't know which ones of you are working. I don't know what's going on, so I'm just going to talk to you as if you're brand new, okay? My name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K where I break down the wonderful world of Warhammer. It's fantastic. It's science fiction, science fantasy. It's thematically and lore rich. So if you're into science fiction or science fantasy, type in Counterpoints 40K into your search bar. You'll find my channel. If you're more into the political takes or the political analysis, then go ahead and type in Counterpoints. You should still see a similar logo to what's in the top right. It's that red and blue with the black anchor system in there. And you'll see that. Click on that, subscribe on that, check out the content, see if you like it, okay? When it comes to the Valor Media Network, I am frankly ecstatic. We started on Monday. We had like 20 to 30 people at our peak. We probably had around 20 people throughout the average. I know you're not supposed to talk about metrics, Ma, but I'm going to anyways. And, that's a good start for like a brand new channel that, we're just starting out, right? On Tuesday, I streamed on my own channel, peaked out in the 70s, and then got down into the 50s. Today, we've been bouncing around 50 because I've been advertising on the other channels, but also because I think we're building up a little bit of momentum. So if I double the audience within just a couple of days and then we build on it slowly, that's exciting. It's fun to hang out with you guys. It's fun to analyze politics. It's fun to analyze pop culture. It's fun to criticize other creators. And so I'm having a blast. And I know that people are busy. I know people are working. I know people are taking lunch. I know people are doing this and they're doing that. But if you have the capacity to hang out, like the stream, enjoy some content, and then just leave a few insightful comments in the chat, that is more than enough for me. And that makes me incredibly happy. So thank you for being here. Hello, Jonah Boy. Good to see you. Christian Valera says, back. Nick is done. We moving to the next radical R word. Yes, we are. We sure are, Christian Valera. We're taking a little bit of a break just so I can like stretch. And I am going on Tim Pool this week. I'm actually flying out tomorrow, so I won't be streaming tomorrow. And I'll be live on Timcast at 10 a.m. So that is where the content will be. You can find me on Timcast IRL at 10 a.m. on Friday. But since we're going on Timcast on Friday, I'm going to need to work out today. So yesterday we did a little bit of dad bod fitness on my original channel. We did back and biceps. Today we're going to be doing chest and triceps. So I'm just going to enjoy being alive for a second. I'm going to engage with chat for a second. I'm going to go get some water in a second, which should only take like 30 seconds. And then I'm going to engage with the next radical R slur, as Christian Valeris so eloquently put it. Hutch is stinky. I like Hutch. Hutch isn't that bad. Dips FTW, true. Don't expect any good faith from Fool. Fabian is going to throw a lot of rhetorical sophistry. Sure. But my plan is, because so far we've been able to do this entire week, my plan is to be incredibly calm, cool, collected, take notes, wait for an opportunity to speak. Sometimes I do that fanatic debate tactic. For those of you who don't know, I come from the debate scene on Twitch and YouTube politics. And there was a gentleman named Fanatic, and in panel scenes and in debates, it's hard to get a word in edgewise, right? And so sometimes when somebody is interrupting you, but you feel like you need to make a coherent point that is relevant in the moment, you just repeat the same thing over and over again. So let's say that I'm talking and I say, I think that, and then somebody interrupts me. All I do is I just repeat, I think that, I think that, I think that, I think that. And you repeat that over and over and over again until they allow you to speak. It's a very annoying debate tactic. I realize that for the other person, it's infuriating because I've been on the receiving end of that multiple times. It's so annoying. However, it's also incredibly effective. And what I mean by that is if you have a train of thought, let's say that you have like a few sentences built up in your heads. As an example, I think that Nick Fuentes is making the world a worse place through black pill ideology. Let's say that that is the sentence that I want to get out, but somebody interrupts me. By repeating the phrase, I think that over and over and over again, I don't lose the rest of the sentence, and I just have to wait for the other person to shut up so I can get out my point. It's very annoying. It's a very rude debate tactic. It's also incredibly effective. Am I still debating Wick today? Yep. I'm not going to lose all of my connections to Twitch and YouTube poll just because we're trying to go full time, content creation wise for the next 6 months. I'll still talk to people as we can. What will be the Tim Pool conversation? The Tim Pool conversation will be about whether or not the welfare state created the modern woman. My arguments, and I'm happy to take feedback from chat about it, is that if you look at the things that are supposedly plaguing modern society, it's women being more independent, women being more financially independent, women not having as many children, men not being able to attract their partners. Those would be my diagnoses of like what men complain about with modern women and modern dating society. That would be my presumption, right? There are states with very low levels of welfare, Costa Rica and Mexico in particular, and yet all of the problems that we're complaining about are trending in those directions along with the rest of the world. There are also countries in the world that have incredibly robust social support networks, like the Scandinavian countries and Germany, who have less divorce, less single parent households, less abortion, less murder, less this, less that, for all of the things that we could cite as like the problems with like the modern dating scene. And so if we have no welfare states or low welfare states that have the same problems, and if we have high welfare states that don't have as big of the problems, then I would say welfare states are a correlation. They're not a causation. And that the sexual revolution, the wide availability of condoms, the wide availability of birth control is infinitely more impactful on the state of the modern woman than almost any other factor. I think that's evidenced. Or at minimum, it's logical. Christian Blair says birth control and women working during World War II and the men fought was always going to happen. Yep. Harmonic Fox says it's unsolicited advice video on how to destroy anyone in an argument. We're going to need it when we go against Fabian. Maybe. Ved Sunil says Louise Perry, the case against the sexual revolution. Yeah, I'm not going to have time to read. I'm just being real. I'm not going to have time to read. I'm not saying that it's not good information. I'm just saying that for me, it's not going to be, I'm not going to read a whole book between now and Friday. As a matter of fact, I'll be lucky to get through this stream, get my health insurance transferred, eat dinner with the family, pack, and get on the plane. That's what I plan on doing in the next 24 hours. And when I get on the plane, I probably won't be prepping for the debate. I'll be listening to drama YouTube content because it's a great way to waste your time achieving absolutely nothing. I'm flying out tomorrow. So it's I think it's in Harper's Ferry. I think it's in West Virginia. It's right outside of DC. I don't know the specific address. They'll have a driver pick me up and drop me off and pick me up and drop me off. So yeah, it'll be fun. But anyways, what I'll do, because I want you guys to be entertained while I'm gone. I don't want you to just have the chair. So I'm going to pull Hassan. I'm going to pull up. Why don't we do something? I don't want to do copyright content because it could get the video struck or copyright struck or whatever. But I know exactly what I could do. I saved a Helldivers 2 animation earlier today, and it was phenomenal. I'm gonna pause this. It's 2 minutes, which is the perfect amount for me to get some water and come back. So let's do this. Let's remove, let's add. And I'm going to leave you guys in the beauty and care of a phenomenal Helldivers 2 animation. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. I'll make sure you guys... There you go. Perfect. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I love science fiction. I'm probably, when I need to like go use the restroom, or if I need to do something, I might show you guys some more Hammer 40K episodes, but we're going to move right into the content. And what I'm going to do, okay, is I need to eat. I know that eating on stream is gross. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself while listening to the content, and I'm only going to unpause when I have something to say. Okay. This one is, I'm going to give you guys an intro before we get started. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I am a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I run my own channel, Counterpoints 40K, which is about the universe of Warhammer. I run my own channel, Counterpoints, which is about politics. We'll be posting pre-recorded videos there. And I'm also live on the Valor Media Network for the next 6 months, hopefully for the next 6 months, where we will be trying to create live stream and pre-recorded content that hopefully helps that channel grow and blow up and do well, because it has a great mission, which I think is fighting the extremists in our society and trying to create a place for young men to not be totally insane. And yeah, so as a result of that, what we're going to do in order to create a good place for young men to go that isn't totally insane is we are going to oftentimes watch and react to extremists. So in my opinion, we watched Mr. Nick the Knife Fuentes earlier today and broke down why he is, in my opinion, criminally insane for his support of Andrew Tate. Yesterday, we watched like Sneeko, we watched Candace Owens, we broke all that stuff down. Well, here's a left-wing figure. This is Vaush. Vaush, or Vosch, is a narco-socialist. He has 531,000 subs. He routinely breaks several 100,000 views on his channel, and he is very anti-central government. He's very anti the United States. He's not so far as to be, I don't know, like a terrorist supporter. Like, he's not as bad as Hassan Piker, but he's still very pro-leftist revolution in the United States. And he does have insane takes a healthy amount of the time. And so this was from a few months ago, but I still think it's perfectly relevant for why I'm very critical of this character. This was in reference to the Daniel Penny court case. And for those of you who forget, Daniel Penny was the gentleman who was on the subway where there was a homeless person accosting all the people on the subway. And then he got into a fight with him and strangled him, and that person ended up dying. So the reason why I want to watch this is because I want to show you all of the times that Vosch, says the most hyperbolic thing possible. Then he reads something that contradicts what he just said. He acknowledges that he read the thing that was less hyperbolic, and then he moves back to the hyperbolic language. It's something that I think once you see it as a pattern, you can't unsee it. And so as a result, if there are people who, one, it's just interesting content, and then two, if you are a Vosch fan, I think once you see the pattern, you can't unsee it. Okay? So with all of that being said, let's get into the content. I'm going to mute myself just because I am eating my lunch. I'm trying to be considerate of you fine folk at home. I will pause and unmute myself when I have something to say.
Put your noggin to work on this one. Guys, important moral question. Difficult stuff, okay? So you're really going to have to put your noggin to work on this one. Is it good to kill people for no reason? I know. People have struggled with this one philosophically for a long time. Yes, it is good. All right, well then you guys are hoping then for the acquittal of Daniel Penny. It's the guy who killed that guy, choked him out for 15 minutes in the New York subway. It was, what was he, a Michael Jackson impersonator? Forgive my poor memory. This is a mentally ill homeless man who did MJ impersonations. I changed my answer. Too late! You're on this guy's side now. It was some mentally ill homeless guy did MJ impersonations. Apparently he got real like shouty on a train, and then Daniel Penny choked him to death. Spent 15 minutes holding him in a chokehold. Like, it wasn't like he punched him and he went down and hit his head or something like that, like heat of passion or whatever. It was 15 minutes of like holding him to like kill him, you know? It was 6. Was it 6? I thought it was 15 minutes. I mean, 6 minutes is still a long time to hold someone by the neck to choke him. Like, I mean, think about it. You're choking, like your whole, like you gotta breathe. "15 is Floyd." No, Floyd was 9. Is he a cop or just some rando? He was like a cop or a veteran or something. 6 minutes, yeah. Okay, I remembered 15. But yeah, I say it doesn't take away from my appointment at all. Anyway, to my memory, I'll look up the case. This guy, who I think we can agree looks like a sociopath anyway. So, you know, the jury is hung. And no, that doesn't mean what you think it means. It means they can't come to a conclusion. Jury needs to come to a unanimous conclusion in a criminal case such as this. And they have been deadlocked for some time. Is the jury hung in the other sense? I couldn't say. I don't know if their identities have been made public, and even if they have been, I don't know if that information is known about them. It's possible, but I don't know. He really does have like a lingering sociopath stare, doesn't he? I mean, obviously I'm biased against him because I think he's a murderer. Yeah, he was a Marine, so that solves the sociopath question, I suppose. Jordan Neely, there we go. Jordan Neely, 30-year-old homeless man. Can probably guess what the race of this guy is based on the fact that conservatives support his killing. Died after a 24-year-old Marine veteran named Daniel Penny put him in a chokehold. Neely boarded a New York City subway train at the 2nd Avenue station just before it departed and reportedly began screaming he was hungry and needed a job, saying he was not afraid of going to prison and was ready to die, and threatening people. Freelance journalist Juan Alberto Vasquez, who witnessed the incident, said Neely removed his jacket and threw it violently to the floor, resulting in other passengers moving away from him. So yeah, he's having like a mental breakdown. That's pretty rough stuff. Not just for him, but for the other people on the train car. I'm not gonna do one of these like delusional online lefty things where I'm like, this wasn't threatening at all. Of course it is. If some guy starts screaming on a subway train that he's ready to die and then he throws the jacket on the ground, like I think I would either want to move away from him or I would be ready to like fight him, I guess. You know? Vasquez said he did not see Neely assault anyone. Other witnesses reported fearing death from Neely's actions, including him throwing trash at other passengers and approaching people. Penny then approached Neely from behind and put him in a chokehold. Penny then maintained the hold after the train reached its next stop, while other passengers held the door open to prevent it from moving. During the chokehold, some bystanders gave warnings on Neeling's health, with one telling Penny, "You're going to kill him now," while others helped in holding him down until the police arrived. Vasquez captured the final 3 minutes of the hold on video, which shows Penny applying it for nearly a minute after Neely had stopped struggling and gone limp. Again, absolute psycho shit. The idea...
I'm sorry. I'm still chewing. But we're going to do, I don't know, research. Vasquez, Jordan Neely. Vasquez, Jordan Neely footage. Then also, is this an animation? I love animations. I'm gonna mute it and click through. Because if there's actually things going on, then I'm gonna want to watch this and react to it and break down. The quality's meh. It'd still be good though. We'll see. I'll watch that on my own time. Let me save this. I'm trying to like chew my food without making any sound. It's very hard. It's very hard to chew without any noise sound. So here's the actual footage. Let's go ahead and watch the actual footage. I'll mute myself again so I can chew.
This video was recorded in the Broadway Lafayette subway station in Manhattan last May 1st at 2:24 p.m. The woman filming, Yvette Rosario, has just witnessed a struggle in her subway car. The man in the white t-shirt being held on the floor is Jordan Neely. He is 30 years old, homeless, and diagnosed with schizophrenia. He boarded the train at the previous stop. Witnesses say Neely entered the car and immediately began threatening passengers, saying he was, quote, ready to die and would kill a motherfucker. Daniel Penny, a 24-year-old student and former Marine from Long Island, took Neely to the ground and put him in a chokehold. He's the blonde guy there, restraining Neely. These 6 minutes will change everything for both men. Neely will be rushed to the hospital and declared dead. Penny will go to a police precinct where his statement will kick off a legal case that's ongoing right now in Manhattan. It's one that could land him in prison for 15 years. This case divided America almost immediately. On one side, those who say Penny is a racially motivated murderer, a vigilante who thought he could put his hands on a poor Black man because he was poor and Black. On the other, those who believe Penny is a hero who protected his fellow riders in the face of soaring violent crime and inaction from government and police. Over the past month, I've spent day after day in a Manhattan courtroom covering the trial of Daniel Penny. I've read hundreds of pages of Jordan Neely's medical records and seen images of his autopsy. I've seen Penny's mother hold back tears on the stand as she vouched for her son's kindness. I've heard from witnesses, police, and the medical examiner. But as the trial comes to a close, basic questions still remain about exactly what happened on that subway train. It all comes back to these 6 minutes when Penny and Neely struggled on the floor of a subway car. Prosecutors say Neely's last voluntary movement was at this moment, 2:28 p.m. 51 seconds later, Penny let go of him. The medical examiner says Neely died a short time later from a chokehold, compression of his neck. What you're about to see is body cam footage from police arriving at the scene.
New York City 911, you need police, fire, medical. New York City 911, you need police, fire, medical. New York City 911, you need police, fire, medical. Hi, we need an ambulance and cops. We just need a cop at Broadway, that's here street. Someone's attacking here at the train. This is inside the train station? Yes. Okay, Broadway, Lafayette, uptown, downtown platform. Uptown. Okay, and this is the F, right? Yeah. Male or female being attacked? I don't know. He's trying to attack everybody. Oh, a guy's trying to do it. Okay, give me further description. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Indian. He's Black. What color is he? They're holding them down. They're holding him down right now. How many people? There's just two. There's one man holding white man holding it down, holding the homeless guy down. Okay. Any weapons? Anybody injured at this time? No, nobody. Okay, they're coming as we speak.
We got on next one. You came like this, right? You got anything on them? What's that? You got anything on them? I don't know. I just yo, my man. I just put him out. Yo. You say you just put him out? Right. Oh. You get a bus.
In this moment, before Neely's body was taken from the train, before Penny went to the police station, the story had effectively been written. Archetypes had already been cast. In the following days, a New York Times opinion headline read, quote, "Making people uncomfortable can now get you killed." On MSNBC, Joy Reid said, The one person who was in danger, obviously, was Jordan Neely. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez claimed, long before Penny was even arrested, that Neely had been, quote, murdered. Representative Jamal Bowman went even further, calling Neely's death an execution. But then there is the body camera footage. The relief that witnesses, fellow passengers, told police they felt when Penny took charge.
You want to know what happened?
Yeah, I can tell you what happened.
Yeah, what happened?
He was there, right? I was in before him. Then he came in late. He put
Hold up.
They felt when Penny took charge. Representative Jamal Bowman went even further, calling Neely's death an execution. But then there's the body camera footage. The relief that witnesses, fellow passengers, told police they felt when Penny took charge.
You want to know what happened?
Yeah, I can tell you what happened.
Yeah, what happened?
He was there, right? I was in before him. Then he came in late. He put like his hand so he could come in, right?
Okay.
I guess he was pissed or something, but I looked at him, right? And then he started taking off his sweater, dummy hard, and then he threw it. And then he told like everyone that he had like a rough day and that he don't care what happens today. He don't care about going to jail, but that someone's dying today.
Bro, move. You can come to me.
He didn't
fight at all?
No, he came on the train. I was sitting right there. I was sitting next to everybody that was moving. That was the last one I was sitting. He came on the train. He was like, yo, I'm looking for food. I'm looking for this shit. But like, he was ready to risk it all. Basically, he was like basically, he's going to tell the people about to hurt somebody. He's like, I'm ready to hurt somebody. I'm ready to do this. And he was right here. Like I said, I don't think he's nothing wrong. Everybody moved. And he was about to start him. He came in and he tried to do this while the cop was coming. They took mad. Everybody was, I was falling out home.
Yeah.
They took mad on the cop. He was trying to resist him while somebody came. They took mad on.
Okay.
He got on the train. He was ready to like. He got on the train. He dropped his phone. He's like, I'm ready to hurt anybody. I'm hungry. I'm ready to go back to $100. And dude got up, he saw he was about to hurt somebody, and he got up and he was trained. And he was trying to play it. I don't know.
No, you saw it, okay?
She's going right here.
Yeah.
Okay, what did you see?
What did I see? I was sitting up there, I heard the young man that's on the floor saying, hey, I'm willing to die, I'll do anything. I'm willing to die. I'll go to jail. I don't care. And he was saying it so loud that everyone turned around. So the young man, he got belligerent and he tackled him down. He just tackled him in the brown jacket, the one that just went past.
The guy in the brown jacket.
Yeah, you got to see the guy in the brown jacket. Yeah.
You got the guy to the freak here. You got a brown jacket, tan jacket. Take him to the freak right now. And take it away to the freak.
So he took him to the ground. The guy with the brown jacket took him to the ground.
Yeah, he took him around and taken him to the ground. Not a hard chokehold, just enough to secure him. And the guy fought. And he kept holding him. All right. And then that's when everybody totally realized what was going on. I think these guys on drugs, because when he came in, he was unbelievably off the charts. He scared the living daylights out of him.
How did he bring him down to the ground? Like he picked him up and throw him on the ground?
I think he stood up, grabbed him, turned him around, and put him to the ground.
All right.
Those witnesses could never have known anything about Daniel Penny and Jordan Neely when Neely rushed the train car shouting that he was ready to die. They had not heard the words of his Aunt Carolyn, who later said the system had failed him. No one knew that his mother had been bludgeoned to death when he was a teen, that he had aged out of the foster care system onto the streets. But they also didn't know that he had been diagnosed with schizophrenia and was in and out of mental health treatment. And they didn't know that he had been arrested 42 times. At this point, despite all the scientific evidence I've seen in court, the question of life and death becomes almost metaphysical. Testifying, the medical examiner conceded that she didn't wait for full toxicology results before declaring Neely's death a homicide. An expert for the defense said other factors, including schizophrenia, sickle cell condition that can make it harder to breathe, and the drug K2 in his system, all could have played a part. The remarkable thing about this case is how many pieces of evidence cut both ways. For the people who have been following the case, few, if any, are undecided on how they feel about it. And most people I've spoken with at the trial say the evidence presented in court has changed absolutely nothing for them. If, at the start of this trial, you thought of Penny as a racist vigilante, a not guilty verdict won't change your mind. It will just prove that the system is racist too. And if you went into this trial thinking of Penny as a hero, a guilty verdict is yet more proof of progressive politics getting in the way of justice. A jury of Daniel Penny's peers will decide his fate. But so many Americans have already made up their minds.
Yo. That is the evidence that was available at the time of court. This might have been a little bit earlier, but a lot of this was already widely available. Okay. And so what's frustrating to me about this is we already knew some of this stuff before the trial. Let's ignore Vosch for a second. Let's just go over the details. So he comes onto the train and nobody has disputed this. He says he is ready to die. Okay. That's almost like a direct quote from the news article, let alone anything else. Let me find my StreamYard real quick. Just make sure that you guys can see the right thing. Okay. He says that he's ready to die. Nobody denies that. He took off his jacket and threw it on the ground. Other witnesses reported fearing death from Neely's actions, including him throwing trash at other people and approaching other people. So if you're walking up on someone, I'm going to get you. That already is enough. Okay. Ready to die and would kill a motherfucker is a direct quote from a witness who was there. Okay. Then, while he's getting choked out, his hands are up. He's still breathing. You can see him breathing, and you can see him putting his hands up, and you can see the other people helping him not get, like basically like moving his arms so he can't get his arms out and keep fighting. Right. And these are like, the guys that I saw looked vaguely Hispanic. Okay. The people who were helping with a guy taking him down. He's still talking while they're fighting, and he's still fighting, and he maintained the hold for 6 minutes, allegedly. Okay. He's getting up. Attacking everybody was another. Okay. He's getting up was a quote from one of the people there. Attacking everybody is another quote from somebody that was there. It looks like the chokehold was applied for 50 seconds. I just put him out, right? The one person in danger was Jordan Neely, said AOC. I'm going to move that to the end. Jamal Bowman said it was an execution. That's disgusting and embarrassing. So another passenger, I think it was the black male, but you could just go watch the segment again and see exactly who said what. Said that someone's dying today. Yo, if you walk up to me and you say someone's dying today and you're acting all crazy, you're acting all like you're ready to fight, I'm going to choke you out like immediately. Okay. I'm going to knock you out immediately. I'm not waiting for you to pull a gun. I'm not waiting for you to pull out a screwdriver or a knife. I'm going to punch you in the face or I'm going to choke you out. I'm not going to let you walk around talking mad smack to everybody about how somebody's going to die today and threatening everyone. That's not happening, right? I'd be like, excuse me? And if you say it again, you're getting choked out or knocked out, right? He was ready to risk it all. I'm ready to hurt somebody. That was a quote from a black male passenger who saw the fight. I don't think he did anything wrong, says the black male passenger, okay? I'm not saying that he's like the king of black people, but obviously if there was some racial motivation, some racial bias, if Daniel Penny said, hey, N-word, get off of my train, and then they started fighting, you better believe that that young man would have had something to say about it, right? It wasn't an execution. It wasn't arbitrary, right? The black female repeats the fact that Jordan Neely said, I'm ready to die. I'm ready to go to jail. And then, what was it? I think there was another one who said, like, I don't care if I go back to Rikers. I heard the word Rikers somewhere, right? Daniel Penny voluntarily tackled him, choked him out. He went to the precinct. This was a quote from the black female witness. Not a hard chokehold, just enough to secure him. And we saw that in the video, by the way. I think he was on drugs. He was unbelievably off the charts. He was scaring the daylights out of everybody. That's from the black female witness. Then later, so we need to put this later, arrested 42 times, diagnosed schizophrenic, medical examiner declared death by homicide before toxicology was back. He had K2, which is synthetic marijuana, back in his system. AOC said he was murdered. Somebody else said that the one person in danger was Jordan Neely. Why? Why would you say that if you didn't know the case? Jamal Bowman said it was an execution. This is wild. This is why progressive have gotten their butts kicked in the past few years. If you want American citizens to take you seriously, you cannot lie about criminal cases as they're coming out. I won't support you. Okay. I am a moderate Republican. I hate MAGA. I hate everything that they're doing. But if there's a situation that is complex and you don't know the facts of the matter and you immediately label it a murder or an execution without knowing anything about the case, I will not vote for you, and I will encourage other people to not vote for you. Progressives need to realize that. Okay? Let's check out how Vosch characterized the situation. Hey, chat. Is it good or bad to kill people for no reason? Daniel Penny choked out a Michael Jackson impersonator for no reason. He got real shouty, so Daniel Penny choked him out for 15 minutes. Corrected to 6 minutes. Was it 6 minutes? Well, that's still a long time. I'll look up the case. He looks like a sociopath. Listen, the one thing that he has said so far that I'm willing to agree with is that Marines look like psychos. It is what it is. I'm a former Marine. They teach you bearing. They teach you how to stare stoically into the distance while people scream at you. That's the one observation that Vosch has made so far that's just true. Besides that, before even knowing the facts of the case, without watching the body camera footage, he is already accusing Daniel Penny of being a murderer. Okay? So we'll take a look at, let's take a look at K2 real quick. K2 synthetic marijuana side effects. What are the side effects of K2, also known as spice? Increased heart rate and blood pressure, vomiting and nausea, seizures, agitation and anxiety, hallucinations and paranoia, delirium and confusion. Awesome. That's an awesome thing that a paranoid schizophrenic should be smoking. All right, anyways. I've yapped enough. Let's let Vosch say stupid things.
All he did was throw trash at people in terms of like actual direct like you're still holding a chokehold on a person's throat. Yeah, you can hold people down without like killing them. Like we have invented ways, pardon my extensive jujitsu experience here speaking for me. We have invented ways to hold a person down without literally just like murdering him. You know, like multiple people too. If you thought he was freaking out and it was a danger to people, I would even argue you could justify tackling him. If he was throwing trash at people and like yelling and throwing his jacket down or whatever, and you thought he was like kind of getting in people's faces, and you were like, okay, I'm not taking chances. I'm just going to like football tackle the guy. I think that's defensible.
So this is what's so dumb about what he just said, okay? I think you can justify tackling someone. So he's already admitting that you can physically intervene, but then what? Okay? Let's say that you and I are in a fight, okay? You and I chat, we are in a fight. You say, hey, Connor, I'm ready to go back to Rikers Island. I'm ready to die today. I physically tackle you. I football tackle you and I put you on the ground and then I stand back up. What now? Okay, do I sit on you? Do I sit on your chest? Do I just stand there and stare at you? if you have a knife, if you have a screwdriver, if you have a gun, if you have a box cutter, and I just football tackled you, and then I let you back up, you can do anything that you want to do now. All that I've done is piss you off more. Why would football tackling a schizophrenic and then letting him back up be something that you would do? Like, I'm happy that Chad already sees this, okay? You already see how stupid this is, right? Okay, I'm getting some lulls in chat, so I'm going to assume that you see how stupid this is.
Would I personally make that call? Well, I don't know. I'm not there. But maybe. Like, I probably wouldn't because that sounds scary. I don't want to do that. But, like, morally speaking, is it feasible, like justifiable? Sure. Where I take issue is choking him to death.
Okay, so this is the frustration. Vosch already in this segment admits, I'm going to be a little bit rude here. Vosch and I have had positive conversations in the past, but since then he jerked off to cartoon children, right? So I'm going to be a little bit mean. Vosch just admitted that he's the kind of pussy that you would not want to be on a subway car with. Because what's going to happen is something called the bystander effect. All right? The bystander effect is when you're in large groups of people, there's diffusion of responsibility, meaning that most people can psychologically say, yeah, there's something dangerous going on, but I'm not a cop, I'm not a firefighter, I'm not an EMT, and there's 20 other people in this situation. So if somebody needs to step up, then it'll be somebody else. It won't be me. Vosch just admitted that he would succumb to the bystander effect through what he just said. Okay? Marines are told and taught to not have the bystander effect. We are literally trained that if something happens, it's on you. If something is going wrong, it's on you. As a private first class, as a lance corporal, as a sergeant, if there is something going wrong, it is your duty to intervene. That's why Daniel Penny intervened, is because he was trained for 2 to 4 years in order to adopt that mentality. Also, since he was being held in for 6 minutes, we have the black female witness and we have the videotape showing that Daniel Penny held him in a restraining hold without cutting off his blood flow until the very end of the interaction. Okay? Let's just give Vosch more room to say very dumb things.
I think there's like a reasonable middle ground between not doing anything and killing him for no reason, basically.
All right, we've already established that there's a reason, so he's just lying. But please articulate the middle ground.
Like, come on. Continuing to hold him in a chokehold after he goes limp, when according to witness reports, he didn't even like assault anyone except for throwing trash. Okay. Allegedly, the chokehold lasted for... When adrenaline starts pumping, time loses meaning. You know this? No, I don't think that, like, you get into an altercation, therefore you chokehold a person and strangle them for 6 minutes, including 1 minute after he goes limp. I don't think that.
Okay. I'm going to have to keep engaging with dumb statements as it's happening. I'm sorry, I'm still chewing my food. I'll try to make as few gross sounds as possible. You're going to have to articulate the middle ground. According to Vosch's own statements, Daniel Penny achieved the middle ground. He took him to the ground. He held him in a non-blood or air chokehold. And it was only at the last minute that we saw on video camera for 50 seconds, at which point he applied a blood chokehold, knocked him out, and then held it for around 40 to 50 seconds. Okay? I agree to a degree because I was taught in the Marine Corps that a blood choke can knock you out in 7 to 10 seconds. That's where you use your elbow and your wrist in order to cut off the carotid artery in somebody's neck, and then you can knock them out in 7 to 10 seconds. And I was taught that if you hold a blood choke or hold an air choke for 1 minute and 10 seconds, you can effectively stop somebody's heart and then basically kill them, right? So him holding the choke for a full minute is potentially a way to hurt or kill someone. That's 100% true. But I'm going to look up something that I think it's not going to change your mind, but it is going to be a legal standard. Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to start with military, then I'm going to move to law enforcement, then I'm going to move to civilian. Okay. Rules of engagement, military. Okay. So ROEs are different, right? Depending on the circumstances. However, where is it? This is Somalia. JTF for Somalia. This is like 40 years old. I'm looking for like a war on terror ROE because that would be more relevant. Okay, not that one. Sorry. Yeah, if people are going to say wildly stupid shit, then we need to be able to articulate it. That's New Zealand. That's not going to matter. Where's an American rule ROE? I literally had one. This isn't it. Okay. So this is going to have to do, okay? Rules of engagement, ROE, and the law of war. ROE are internally imposed restrictions upon the use of force. Rules of engagement may restrict actions allowable under the law of war. ROEs are general orders providing specific guidance for specific operations. They are not interchangeable. Violations of our ROE are not necessarily violations of the law of war, but are punishable under the UCMJ as violations of a general order. Central, this is the main thing that I was trying to poke at. Central to every ROE, the right to self-defense is never denied. Use the minimum force required to complete your mission. Okay, the right to self-defense. Let's go ahead and pull that up. The right to self-defense is the right for people as individuals to use reasonable or defensive force for the purpose of defending their own life and property, or to defend the lives of others, including in certain circumstances through using deadly force. Let's go to deadly force. Deadly force, also known as lethal force, is the use of force that is likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to another person. In most jurisdictions, the use of deadly force is justified only under conditions of extreme necessity as a last resort when all lesser means have failed or cannot reasonably be employed. Firearms, bladed weapons, explosives, and vehicles are among those weapons for which it's considered deadly force. The use of non-traditional weapons in an offensive manner, such as a baseball bat, can also be considered deadly force. Okay? Now let's look up law enforcement. When can police use deadly force? I already know this off the top of my head, but I want to make sure that we're backing it up. We'll use AI. Why not? Police can use deadly force when they reasonably believe it's necessary to protect themselves or others from an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. This was bashed into my brain thousands of times while I was in law enforcement. When can a civilian use deadly force? I almost guarantee you it's going to say imminent threat or death of great bodily harm. In Florida, a civilian can use deadly force in self-defense or to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to themselves or others. Boom. Identical. When can you use deadly force, New York? New York law requires that the force used in self-defense be proportional to the threat faced. This means you cannot use deadly force unless you reasonably believe that you are facing imminent death, serious physical injury, kidnapping, rape, or robbery. Boom. So I mean, you're saying depend on the state. No, it doesn't. Not in the United States. Even in New York, if you can articulate a reasonable belief that you are facing imminent death or serious physical injury, then you can go ahead and do it. Okay? So here's the thing. To my beautiful audience, all right? Do you think, I'm actually going to ask this as a question, and I want to see a response in chat. If someone walks up to you and says, someone is dying today, I'm ready to go back to prison. I don't care. I'm ready to hurt anybody. I'm ready to go back to Rikers Island. I'm ready to die. I'm ready to go to jail. they take off their jacket and they slam it on the ground and they throw trash at people, and then they walk up and they get in somebody's face. Do you think that you are reasonably able to articulate a fear of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm? I'm gonna wait for chat. Brain death takes 10 minutes. C-dubs, while I'm waiting for chat to respond. And I'm okay. C-dub says yes. Anybody else? Jonah Boy, yeah. Harmonic Fox, yeah. Not only do I agree, the state of New York agrees. What is reasonable, Connor? Penny could articulate it, and thankfully he won, but that was a close case. Doesn't matter. For a moral judgment, it doesn't matter. The state of New York could have arrested Jordan Neely for manslaughter, for applying the chokehold. I would have found that unreasonable. I still would have viewed that as a principle being violated. Yes, exactly, Christian Vlaris. In Florida or Texas, they wouldn't have even charged him. I agree. I 100% agree. All right, anyways, so we can get back into the content. But the whole reason why I'm bringing up these points, the whole reason why I'm emphasizing it so much is, number one, I need to make content for you beautiful people. But number two is because Vosch is going to keep insisting that Daniel Penny killed Jordan Neely for no reason. We already have the reason. The reason is that he put him in fear of imminent death or great bodily harm for himself or others. He did so by walking onto the train, taking his sweater off, slamming it onto the ground, and saying that he's ready to die. Someone's going to die today. I don't care if I'm going back to Rikers, and getting in people's faces and throwing trash at them. That is all incredibly reasonable things to articulate, that you are in fear of death or imminent bodily harm to yourself or others. That's already done. Who is it? Daniel Penny could have already gone to deadly force if he wanted to, and instead he restrained him for 5 minutes first. Okay, let's see how Vosch characterizes this incident.
I don't think that. I think that it is in fact possible to fight or pin down a person without choking them to death. People were like telling him, "You're gonna kill him now." Like, it's not even
okay. Do you know what other people said as well? Vosch, because we watched it, they said that Jordan Neely said, "Someone's dying today." He was ready to risk it all. I'm ready to hurt somebody. They also said, "I don't think he did anything wrong. I'm ready to hurt people. I'm ready to go to Rikers Island." So I would view that as contradictory evidence.
Like a one-on-one, like it wasn't like a pitched battle where Neely had a knife and you like get the knife and as you pin him down, you're like holding him and then you're like freaking out, the adrenaline pumping, and then he like dies in your hands or whatever. That's one thing, right? That's
what a moron. I'm just gonna pull it up again. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. But at the same time, if you were in this situation, if you had a paranoid schizophrenic who was threatening to hurt people or kill people, you don't know if he has a knife in his pocket. You don't know if he has a screwdriver in his pocket. You don't know if he has a box cutter in his pocket. You don't know whether or not he has a gun. Now, he might not, because you would think that he would pull the gun if he was ready, but he could still have a weapon in any of his pockets. And you're holding this guy, and your strength and cardiovascular capacity is the only thing that is keeping this man from getting back up and fighting and potentially injuring or potentially killing people. Do you think your adrenaline's a little bit spiked? Do you think your heart rate is a little bit high? Right here, look at this. Jordan Neely, despite being restrained by two men, is trying to get his hands out of this person, almost succeeds, and then rolls over into a different direction. Do you think that Daniel Penny, while still in a position of control, could be a little bit worried that he's going to break free, get his hands free, and grab a knife from his pocket and start stabbing people? Look at this. This is 5 minutes. We're on fast forward right now. And they've been holding him for 5 minutes. And this isn't an applied chokehold for 5 minutes. It's 50 seconds after which Daniel Penny applies it. And also, give me 1 second. Look at this. Okay, that's his leg. That's Daniel Penny's leg getting out of him. Now here, if he wasn't breathing, if I didn't see his belly moving, this is the one critique that I have of law enforcement and of Daniel Penny, is if you see that after you apply a chokehold, the person is no longer breathing. I know it's kind of crazy to try to resuscitate somebody that you were just fighting a moment ago, but the second that you see him not breathing is the time that you apply CPR. And look at how lackadaisical these cops are. No offense to these cops. I'm sure they're great guys, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, there's a guy on the ground not breathing, and this cop is like, let me just put on my gloves. And the sergeant is just like staring at him. He's just like, I'll call the supervisor. Where's my cell phone? Can I call the supervisor? These are like seconds that are passing where Jordan Neely is probably not breathing. Daniel Penny doesn't know all this stuff. The cops probably know, right? And they're trying to wake him up, right? So he's choked out. I'm looking for stomach movement. I'm not really seeing stomach movement, and I'm not really seeing him being responsive. So at this point, it's time to start doing CPR. If you notice that his stomach isn't rising, if you go for a pulse and you can't find a pulse, it's time to start doing stomach stuff. And we have 6 cops standing around looking at him with their, no offense to anybody, their dicks in their hands. So no, you don't do mouth to mouth. You just do compressions. You don't have to do mouth to mouth. Christian Valeras, they are now teaching law enforcement. This is 2023. This is 2 years ago. Even when I left in 2019, this female cop is ready to go, right? You don't have to do mouth to mouth. You just have to do compressions until EMTs arrive, and they have bag masks. Vosch thinks self-defense is only valid if you are in Pirate of the Caribbean fight scene. True. Similar to the shooting death of a dude that threatened to kill an older Hispanic bodega owner and was shot by him. Yep. Couldn't he also be struggling to get out so he can breathe? Yeah. I agree with you, Commander Haircut, that he could be fighting, but at the same time, if you go back and we look, we can go ahead and go back and look. These are the cops coming down. Right here. I'm going to go here. This isn't a blood choke. Okay? In order for it to be a blood choke, this bicep would need to be underneath his neck so blood flow could not get in or out of this side. This wrist would need to be bit into the side of his neck. And then this hand right here would need to be grabbing the bicep. That's how this hand would grab the bicep. This wrist would be cutting off blood flow from this side. This bicep would be cutting off blood flow from this side. So yeah, you're saying he could be fighting for a better position to breathe. Okay, he can breathe here. Okay, if he just sat back and relaxed, he would be in police custody. Who is the dude just standing up and watching? Another civilian. Anyways, let's see what else Vosch has to say.
It's totally different. This is, he wasn't even assaulting anyone except for the trash throwing.
Except for the trash throwing.
You know, a former Marine attacks you and puts you in a chokehold, then keeps holding it as other people are also holding him down.
If he didn't do anything wrong, why are other people holding him down?
And telling you to stop. It's crazy. It's insane. It's murder. Well, it's manslaughter. Or at least it might be. We'll see how the jury...
It's not. So Biz D, it's homicide. It's not manslaughter. So Biz D, I don't know if you just came in or whatever. So in order to use deadly force as a civilian, a law enforcement officer, or a military member, you need to be able to articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. So if I walk into your house right now, I'm 6'4", I'm 250 pounds. If I take off my jacket, I slam it on the ground, and I say, somebody's dying today. I don't care if I go back to jail. I don't care if I go to Rikers Island. And then I pick up trash and I throw it at you, and then I get up in your face. Do you think you would be able to articulate reasonable fear of imminent threat of death or great bodily harm? I mean, I would love an answer, Biz D. It's up to you. Commander Haircut says, aren't there points where you can't see the chokehold, though? Do we know that a non-blood choke was maintained the entire 6 minutes? Commander Haircut, no. So for 5 minutes, it's basically articulated that it's a non-blood choke. And then for about 45 to 50 seconds, there is a blood choke. And that's towards the end of the interaction. So there is a blood choke. But you can also articulate imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Doesn't that mean that the threat had to be directed at Penny? No. It could be directed at other people. Or at least someone specific? Nope. Imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. It can be a general threat of death or great bodily harm. Why would you wait? Right? This is my question to you, Biz D, for a question. So you have a car of New Yorkers. You got 20 people inside a car, and somebody walks in and he says, "I'm gonna kill all y'all." Do you think the law should be rewritten because he threatened 20 people that you can't intervene? In my opinion, that would be a very dumb law. You can tell me in chat.
Decides. Anyway, all conservatives support Daniel Penny because they want to be able to kill black men at random. That is literally what is happening, by the way. Like, you go go to literally any conservative social media, YouTube, whatever. They will talk about, like, they will overstate the harm. They will say Jordan Neely was attacking people. They'll say, you know, all that. And they'll say that, like, Daniel Penny was just a hero protecting people on the subway. You know exactly what narrative they're going to give you. Yeah, it's
the problem with Vaush's statements right here. So he's saying that conservatives are looking for a pretext to kill black Americans at random. The problem is you have a black female and a black male on the day of, basically exactly articulating why there would be reasonable fear of death or great bodily harm. You also have two different witnesses saying, "I don't think he did anything wrong." You also had two other people help Daniel Penny with the restriction. Commander Haircut says, "I think the only person who was in danger was Penny. Thing is silly, but it also isn't unreasonable to say that killing him is okay after he is restrained." We would have to get into that, right? So let's say that I'm choking you out and I don't know, like, I'm holding you and you're fighting to break free, and I don't know whether or not you have a knife in your pocket, and you've already said all the crazy shit that you said, right? So at that point, my question is, unreasonable to say that killing, if you are like, I surrender, I'm not going to fight you anymore. My apologies, sir. I will sit back here. I will put my hands where you can see them, and I am going to wait for law enforcement. If you then choke that person to death, I would agree with you that that would be murder. However, if I'm still fighting you in order to break free, and you don't know what I'm going to do when I get back up, and you don't know what's in my pockets, I 100% think that's something completely different. C-Dub says, Vosch is trying to sell the Conservative Party more than the conservatives could. Nice. Please explain how anyone can listen to this and think he's a real person. Well, we'll wrap it up in a few minutes because I think the point's already been made and I'm just beating a dead horse. Vosch would like that. I don't know. Seems gray to me. If he got in someone's face, I'd be less conflicted, but I don't know if he did. He did. Biz D, I think you're coming in halfway. Literally in the story, not Daniel Penny, Jordan Neely walked into the subway car, took his sweater off, threw it down on the ground, picked up trash, threw it at other people, and then said, I'm ready to die today. I don't care if I go back to Rikers. Someone's dying today. You know, fuck all of y'all, right? So at that point, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't that be sufficient? My understanding is Neely was approaching Penny or other passengers, but I could be wrong. Your understanding is that he did do that. Devil's advocate, 18-year-old girl on a train tripping or angel dust threatens to kill people. Context dependent, obviously, but does the law protect the same person that chokes out that girl? 100%. Why wouldn't you? If that person's getting all schizo and in your face, a gun shot from a girl can be as dangerous as a gun shot from a man. A knife stabbed from a girl can be as dangerous as a knife stabbed from a man. Why not? Like, I get it. Like, genders, their size differences, all that kind of stuff. Now, whether or not you should choke them out, I don't know. You might not be able to articulate that, but yeah. Especially if you think they're going for a knife, especially if you think they're going for a gun. Bizdy says, also, I think if you're going to take it upon yourself to employ violence preemptively, you had better be competent enough to not get yourself killed or not kill someone you aren't intending to. Well, what I'm saying to you, Bizdy, I understand, like you're playing a little bit of devil's advocate, so I'm getting a little one-guide. But what I'm saying is he already met the threshold for deadly force. So, anyways, let's give Vosch 2 more minutes to be stupid, and then we'll move into our last segment.
It's unambiguous. They're racist and evil. Yeah, there is absolutely no. If you believed that this is morally justifiable, like society would break down instantly if you applied it consistently.
No, it wouldn't. If schizophrenics consistently got onto public transportation and threatened everybody with death, and they were pinned to the ground by members of the public, and then they were either arrested or they accidentally died, society wouldn't fall apart. If anything, society would continue to function with less homeless people threatening to kill people on public transport.
Can you imagine? So anytime a person like freaks out in public and gets in your face, you can chokehold them till they die? That's like now a defensible standard? Okay.
Except for he's making up a standard that didn't occur. That's the thing is he reads contradictory evidence, then he makes up a position, and then he fights the position.
Okay. I'm going to go to any MAGA rally and say that I'm pro-choice. And then when someone gets in my face and yells at me, I will then do that. I'm sorry. Are things different now? I thought getting in a person's face and being threatening. What exactly is the threshold?
See, he's asking a question as if this is like totally indiscernible. It's undecipherable. We don't know. And by the way, under the laws as written, he can 100% go to a MAGA rally and say, I am pro-choice. And if a MAGA Republican gets in his face and says, somebody's going to die today, I don't care if I go back to jail, Vosch could 100% choke him out and be in the legal right. So the fact that he's acting like, oh, this is impossible to understand, it's like, no, it's perfectly articulable. Commander Haircut says, shouldn't the question then be, is the justification for deadly force too lenient? But I guess that'd be outside the barriers of the case itself. I mean, you can ask that question. I'm not going to. I think that is exactly where it needs to be. Seraph702 says, lol, Rome was famous for having a law where if you looked at or said rude things to people, they could beat you to death in the street. It made for more polite people. Maybe we don't want to go that far. But Vosch, 100% in his own example, could do that conduct. That's not a problem. That's defensible under the existing laws.
Is throwing trash at a person?
Yeah, that's battery.
The standard, if a person throws trash at you, is that the point where you can like murder them?
No, it's after you say, I don't care, somebody's going to die today. I don't care if I die today. I'm ready to go back to Rikers. And then you throw trash at somebody and then you get in their face.
It's completely insane.
No, it's not. It's very sane. It's very cogent. It's in line with the law. You're just making up a straw man, and then you're fighting against it despite having read contradictory evidence.
The crazy thing is, too, like, conservatives often complain about us we no longer live in a high-trust society. How can you ever live in a high-trust society when this is, like, part of living in a high-trust society is the belief that socially, not just like awkward or difficult, but socially dangerous or like socially, like situations where there's like ambiguous potential harm here. Like this, like with Neely kind of freaking out throwing trash. You have to believe stuff like this can be resolved with a moderate hand and even temper, because if you don't believe that, everyone's always primed to kill or be killed, and you have a very untrusting society.
So I think this was literally the reason why I picked this video. So what Vosch wants, based off of his own perspective, is he wants you, not him, because he doesn't leave his house. He wants you to get onto public transport and have homeless schizophrenics who have already been arrested 42 times to take off their jackets, slam it on the ground, say, I'm ready to die today, throw trash, and then get in your face. And he wants you to be like, well, he's probably not going to do it. And then he wants you to sit there with your hands folded in your lap and just kind of wait for the situation to blow over. That's what he wants. And if 9 times out of 10, the paranoid schizophrenic doesn't hurt or kill anyone, then that's just the price you pay for living in a high trust society. That's what he wants. Okay, that's what he's saying he wants. I'm just going to say it because there are members of chat who are more liberal or progressive minded. So my apologies for taking an aggressive, more social conservative stance. My apologies. However, this is not going to fly with any moderate or any conservative. So if you're a liberal or if you're a progressive and you just watch the facts of the case and you still disagree with me, I'm just telling you that you're within like a 30 to 40% of the population bubble, and 60 to 70% of the population disagrees with you. If you think that temperamentally it is acceptable to get onto public transport and then just to have to accept homeless people threatening you, you are not living in the same reality as probably 60% of the population easily. And when you double or triple down and say, yeah, if a homeless person gets onto public transport, says that they're ready to die, throws down their stuff, throws trash, and then gets in people's faces, it's my moral duty to sit there with my hands folded between my hands folded together, sitting in my lap, and wait to see whether or not he stabs or shoots someone. If you think that's the morally justifiable thing to do, you are going to continue to lose elections. I know I might be going a little wide with it, but when I hear that, I don't want you to be in power because I don't think that you have like a realistic, sober take on society, interpersonal violence, mental illness, policy, the purpose of law enforcement, self-defense, or anything like that. So, sorry. I'm sorry if I turned off a dozen of you and you don't like this segment, but that's how I feel. Christian Blair says, Vosch is like your typical Hollywood born progressive. Is that born progressive? Excuse me. Is not going to see the problems given that he's in a gated community. Yeah. Also, the cities in which you live are going to S with psychotic, drug addicted, homeless folks. Yeah. And some people are like, yeah, this is great. I love it. I don't think that, though. I have no problem with him being restrained. Lol. Okay, good. Commander Haircut, you're one of the good ones. All right. I love you. I parasocially love you through the internet. Okay. You're one of the good liberals. You're one of the good progressives. I'm giving you a digital hug through the screen. Jonah Boy says, I'm ever so slightly more left leaning, but this mentality the left has towards the self-defense and being soft, harmless rabbits drives me crazy. Good. Biz D says, you're being a bit silly. The only problem I have with what Penny did was the chokehold. Okay. It's enough for us to break bread on. It's enough for us to be okay. Do you want to gamble with your life like that? I have gambled with my life like that repeatedly. I was in the Marine Corps. I was in law enforcement. I have intervened in violent situations before, both as a civilian and as a law enforcement officer and as a Marine. I've gambled my life dozens of times like that. Yeah, Christian Blair, San Francisco police response time is 20 to 30 minutes. All right, I'm going to say one more thing. I've been beating a dead horse, and I understand that there's liberals and progressives in my chat who are not fans of what I'm saying. All right? When danger is unfolding in seconds, the cops are still minutes away. I say that as a former cop. Do you want to take a chance with the 1 out of 10 chance that someone will die? Yep. 100%. Every single time. Done it plenty of times. I've confronted people who were high out of their minds on drugs. I fought them with my hands. I've dealt with people who were on the verge of, what do you call that? They were paranoid schizophrenics, but they were excited delirium. They were in a state of excited delirium. I fought people who were having diabetic, hypo, and hyperglycemia. I think hypoglycemia would be the one that would actually cause like a psychotic break. I think hyperglycemia is just somebody who has like way too high a blood sugar. But yeah, I fought diabetics and I restrained them and I was able to get them safely to the hospital. I've fought paranoid schizophrenics who were high on drugs. I got them to the hospital. I restrained them and I was able to take them down without killing them. Thank God. And I've also confronted people who had knives and guns, who were former or current gang associates, murderers, and homeless people. So yeah, it's hard to judge a chokehold. There's no perfect response. All right. Anyways, listen, I saw that when I was at the peak of my self-defense rage that we lost like 5 people. And I'm assuming it's because one, it's a hard topic matter. Not everybody wants to talk about people getting choked to death. I understand that. And then I also see some resistance in my chat to my perspective. And I've been kind of hammering on about it for 10 minutes. So I don't want to bore you to death with like litigating it over and over again. I shared my perspective with you. You've shared your perspective with me. We can probably find a compromise somewhere. And I don't want to bore you guys to death just by moral frogging over it. The point is that I think that Vosch doesn't read, doesn't pay attention, reads things that are contradictory to his position, but then repeats his position anyways in a hyperbolic manner. That's the main thing that I wanted you to get from the segment, and that's all I got for now. So I'll still engage with chat, but I'm gonna end the segment, so to speak. Cool. Sorry, it's getting late, and 3 days in a row of 7-hour streams is a lot. I'm not going to lie. And you're like, Connor, I'm stocking shelves 40 hours a week. I would kill to be able to yap for 7 hours a day for 3 days a week. That sounds like an awesome time. And I'm like, yes, it is awesome. It's great. I love hanging out with you guys. It's fantastic. It's also very draining to think and talk for prolonged periods. More ContraPoints? Nah, not right now. I'm probably going to do Tucker Carlson as my last segment, but I do feel like I need to like reset a little bit mentally. I think I'm like either frustrated or tired, or I don't know. I just feel a little off. So I'm gonna hang out with chat for a second and just kind of yap. So, and I might do the Tucker Carlson segment and then call it a day, just because we're at 4.5 hours right now. And the goal is to do 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. But let me share some things with you guys and I'll respond to some of the things in chat. Okay. So, what I thought originally I was going to do over the past couple of days was that I was going to be live 7 hours a day. I was going to take my content and I was going to hand it to editors, and they were going to watch the content and then clip it up and then post it as pre-recorded VODs. But now that we're actually in the product flow, I'm working with editors for Valor who haven't done that before, even though it's like fairly industry standard with like Destiny and Vaush and Chud Logic. Like it's pretty normal in the streaming industry, but these are people who haven't worked in the streaming industry before, right? So they're not used to the distribution of labor being the streamer streams. He passes it off to an editor. The editor consumes the content. They split it up. They find the highlights. They post the highlights to the beginning, and then they post the content. That's what a lot of creators do, right? And that ideally, that's what I would like to do. But the truth is they don't have experience with that format and that production flow. So they need some help with the production flow. So I'm wondering if, since streaming is so mentally taxing anyways, if I would be better off streaming 5 hours instead of 7 hours, right? So it's a little bit less like mentally taxing, but then take another 15 to 20 hours a week and dedicate that to the back end, where I chop up the segments, I find the highlights, I do the edits, I do some of the thumbnails, because that's a lot of work, but it also isn't engaging with chat. So it's not constantly talking and constantly thinking. So maybe it would be exhausting in a different way. And that would be a good balance of the workflow. I don't know. We're just thinking, we're just yapping, we're just figuring it out. So anyways, it just been one of them day, brother. True. So sorry. Let me engage with chat a little bit. The segment's over, but I'm gonna engage with what chat said towards the end of the segment. Razzle Smasher says, liberal here, and I agree with you, Connor. Stupid games, stupid prizes. I think the aunt is also correct when she says the system failed him. Both can be true. I agree. Paranoid schizophrenics should be getting medication, and they should have a safe place to stay that gives them reliable food and shelter that makes them not a nuisance to society. I believe in that. I think the rest of society would be more productive if the mentally and physically disabled, even those who are homeless and socially undesirable, had a consistent place to go to eat and sleep with medical care. C-Dub says, it's hard to judge the chokehold. There's no perfect response to danger, no perfect victim in most dangerous cases. We'll just break bread. It's close enough, right? I don't want to keep like moral frogging and lecturing chat, right? Seems like you are more competent than Penny then. Well, I have law enforcement experience, so I'm cheating a little bit. Lynn Mathewson says, and they wonder why the birth rate is going down when Nick is followed by young guys. This is not a viable. I'm assuming you are earlier in the VOD, Lynn Mathewson, but I do appreciate your comment. Jonah Boy says, really, this is an issue with our system. Like, why are schizoids being sent to jail for a weekend and then sent back onto the streets? There needs to be proper facilities. Well, you can thank Reagan for that. He eliminated all the public hospitals. Seraph702 says, also, the other main thing is Connor is a devil dog. Don't fight him. Just run away. No. Destiny and Chud are laughing into the ether. True. They have a good flow and they make a lot of money. Shut off the emotions like Destiny. It's not the emotions that are bugging me. It's the yapping. It's the yapping and thinking for prolonged periods. Waiting for your streaming is harder than a 9-to-5 job arc. Listen, I'm already there. All right. 9-to-5s are way harder. And what I mean by that is 9-to-5s are soul sucking and boring. And you have to do things that you don't like, and you have to talk to people that you don't like, and you have to do so many annoying things. This is way more fun. Okay. Streaming is way more fun. But at least in my opinion, you have to be thinking and yapping constantly. And I'm not going to lie. I'm used to yapping 15 hours a week after I get done with my 40-hour-a-week job. I am not used to yapping for 40 hours a week. It's a lot. I'm not going to lie. Dude Mansu says, don't let the lefties in DB, the dipstick liberals give you psychic damage. They are regarded and don't know what to say. Well, I'm with you there. Cameron Mosley says, if I was in that situation, was properly trained in chokehold, I would have probably restrained him too. True. Plus, the law as is, it inherently puts people with serious mental illness in inherent danger. If they have a mental breakdown, they can't help. I mean, I agree there. I think we agree on that part. Cameron Mosley says, Connor, I agree with you absolutely in this instance because you don't know what crazy people are going to do, so it's best to basically deal with the threat. I agree, but not everybody has to agree with me. Commander Haircut says, because schizophrenics are not inherently dangerous, but they can have flare-ups in public. True. Christian Valaire says, is Taze no longer editing? Taze is still in charge of the Warhammer 40K channel, but he got a big boy job too. Taze, what did he do? His dad works as either a general contractor or an architect. I forget which one. I think it's a general contractor. And so he had Travis, I hope he doesn't mind me sharing his first name. He had Travis take over a portion of the business, and then he's kind of grooming him. He's kind of grooming him to take over the business. So Travis is still editing the Warhammer, but to be honest, he doesn't have 60 hours a week to be editing, right? So Taze is still around. I still love him like a brother. He's still a good bro. Cameron Mosley says, the reason why I say gamble with your life is because you don't know what that crazy person is going to do. So we would basically be trying to restrain them. I mean, yeah, I relatively agree with trying to restrain him. And you are taking a risk every time you decide to intercede. You're also taking a risk by not interceding though. Jonah Boy says, yeah, we shouldn't be expected to run the risk of having to be an unpaid schizo wrangler every time we go outside. I agree with you there. Not everybody should have to do this. I'm just saying that if you're a responsible man who is physically capable, who is mildly interested in physical violence, then you should develop that capacity within yourself. I'll help you. I'll literally train you how to do it. It's not that hard. It's actually quite intuitive. And do it in a way where you don't hurt yourself, and hopefully you don't hurt or kill other people. Sapien Green says, I worked in a psychiatric department for a while. There are no simple solutions. Psychotic patients are dangerous even to trained personnel. I agree, but there are cheats, and I would want to show you those cheats eventually. Dominique Ostrowski, thank you for being here. Thank you. Agree with the 5 hours. Bravo for today. Lots to process. Well, thank you. Thank you. My brain is slowly frying inside my skull, but I'm having a good time. You don't have to think to be a streamer. Vosch is proof of that. So true. Christian Blair says, which regarded Tucker Carlson segment are we doing? It's a good question. I already know the answer. We'll find it in a second. Let me check my Discord because somebody sent me a message. Wick says, are we still on for tonight, sir? I say yes. We are on. And I just need to be ready to meet him at 6 p.m. Being a good streamer is a lot more like having to perform outrage live for 4 to 48 hours. I agree. But I'm not trying to perform outrage. That Nick Fuentes segment was legitimately like psychic damage inducing, So I think we need to vary our villains. We need to vary our heels. We need Candace Owens. We need Tucker Carlson. We need Nick Fuentes. We need Andrew Tate. We need maybe some Destiny. We need maybe some Vosch. We need maybe some Hassan Piker. We need some Noah Samson. We need villains with whom to contend in the battleground of ideas. So yeah. Yep. All right. Well, let's at least watch Tucker Carlson. I think I'm probably gonna end a little bit early today. I might shoot for 5 hours instead of 7, just because I know that Tucker Carlson is gonna make me mad as well. So let's see if we can get into a substantive breakdown of him, and at least get our feet wet in this segment, and then I can dip out, and then I'll be back later. I'll be on the Counterfire channel. What's funny is some of you guys are unfamiliar because you're Valor watchers. Some of you are going to be unfamiliar with Counterfire, which is really relabeled to Counterpoints, but I still call it Counterfire because I'm a moron. But I am going to post a link in chat. This is my other home channel, and I'm just going to post the link real quick. If you're a Valor subscriber and you haven't been to my other channel yet, this will probably be where I post the WIC conversation. If I go back live tonight for that, I might just call them. I don't know. We'll see. But the point is that on Tuesdays, I'll be live on this channel instead of the Valor Media Network, just so I can try to move my audience over to Valor. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to say. My brain is turning to soup as we speak. And like the darn stream, Dude Man Sue says, I agree with Dude Man Sue. You should all like the stream if you haven't done so already. Vosch is entertaining. I really enjoyed his Ukraine streams. Those were good times. Well, listen, I think we all miss the old Destiny. We all miss the old Vosch. We all miss the old whatever your favorite creator is. Christian Blair says coming back on at 6 on Wick's channel. Yeah, probably, to be honest. I might just take it easy tonight, and I just might go onto his channel for the 6 p.m. stream. But anyways, let's do this. Let's check out whoever this schizo is talking to Tucker Carlson about Ukraine and the USS Liberty. Yeah, let's do it.
So the last time we were physically together was when we worked together at Fox News. Crazy. Hosting a morning show whose name I will not mention. I've always been embarrassed of the name of that show. There's some nice people on the show, nice people work on the show. I don't want to attack the show, but the name always made me cringe. But anyway.
Morning Joe.
It's Morning Joe. So good.
Oh.
You, me, Mika.
Right.
Yo. I gotta point this out. This is mad funny to me. You know what, chat? We're going on a detour, okay? We're going on a detour. I must know, where was Tucker Carlson born? Because if he was not born in like West Virginia, I am gonna laugh my ass off. Tucker Carlson wiki. Because to me, he seems like the yacht douche. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying I wouldn't ever want to talk to Tucker Carlson. I would love to talk to Tucker Carlson. But yeah, see? Look, this dude. He is, oh no. Tucker, you lying sack of garbage. You lying sack of garbage. Look at this. He was born in San Francisco. He went to Trinity College in Connecticut. He's a boat douche. All right, I should expand. I should expand. And if you are a boat douche, do not take my criticisms personally, okay? So what a boat douche is, I live in Central Florida, okay? And there were a variety of subcultures when I was growing up in high school, okay? The subculture that I went with like angry stoners. That's who I hung out with in high school. They were good people. I loved angry stoners. They liked having intellectual conversations. They liked smoking. They liked watching good cartoons. They liked eating good food. They liked dating pretty girls. They liked skateboarding. They liked trespassing on abandoned water treatment facilities. It was a good time. Hanging out with the angry stoners was like, that was my clique. I loved it. But there were other subcultures like the Goths. The Goths were a little weird, not going to lie. You know, some of them were attractive, but a lot of them were freaks. And then, of course, in Central Florida, there's the yacht douche, okay? The boat douche or the yacht douche is someone who wears khakis, wears Sperry's, which I wear Sperry's as well, in polos, and they will often tuck their polos into their belt khakis that are all pressed, by the way. Everything's pressed. Nothing is wrinkled. And they'll sometimes take the sweater and they'll throw it over their shoulders, and then they'll tie the sweaters to like together across the chest. And then they'll go to fancy parties and they'll be like, ha ha ha, Richardson, you know, wasps, right? Yeah. Hampton. Yeah, exactly. And so if Tucker Carlson went to a private Christian college, and if he was born in San Francisco, and he hung out in DC for years, I'm assuming that he is a yacht douche. He probably grew up as a yacht douche, stayed a yacht douche, is a yacht douche. But what's hilarious is he has this wood cabin. He's shown with his shotgun, and they're playing a banjo, which is obviously a demonstrably Southern working class instrument. So he is a yacht douche, but he's trying to appeal to rednecks. I find that pretty funny. So, yeah, I know what a boat douche is. I've seen movies. But I do have to use the restroom again, but I'll try to be very quick. I'm going to leave you in the company of these two boat douches, which, listen, I got friends who are boat douches. They're great people. They're great people, okay? They're great people. I'll be right back. I'll try to be quick.
A lot of Xanax.
Right. All of the neocons.
Oh my gosh. And then you went off into business. I think you're the only person I've ever seen leave an anchor position in television voluntarily. No one ever does that. They wait to get destroyed in a sex scandal or you know, get dementia or something. But you actually just left and went into business and were successful. And then you moved to Europe with your family, your beautiful family. And then the next time I heard of you, I was taking my trash out, and my neighbor goes, "Did you see what Clayton and Natalie said?" And I'm like, "I only know one Clayton and Natalie." And I was like, "Clayton Morris, Natalie Morris?" And he's like, "Yeah, on Redacted, their show. Did you see it?" And I was like, "No." No. Anyway, and then I dove in and I saw that you had become legit successful in a completely different business, saying things that I loved and that were true and really brave. So it's just great to see you after all this time. What a life story you've had.
It's amazing. I'm just so thrilled. I just saw you in the parking lot. And I was like, oh my God, I'll run up and give you a hug, because it's been
amazing
8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think. I mean, the trajectory, and I find it very difficult to relate to people that haven't been beat up, scratched,
totally agree
beat up, gone through the ringer,
Yes.
like it's like,
that's for sure.
You're operating at a different level now, and so.
Well, it's funny. I do remember you in commercial breaks, because on those morning shows, you have really long commercial breaks.
Yeah.
And then, one anchor will take a segment or whatever. There's like a lot of time sitting on the dumb couch, and you never wasted a second of it. I'd like stare off into space like a dog or text my wife naughty things, but you were constantly either doing business or reading about things. I'll never forget that. You were totally absorbed in your studies and your work in commercial breaks. How did you wind up with Redacted? Like, how did that, I've never even asked you, how'd that happen?
After we left, so 10 years.
Actually, chat, I'm gonna have to save this segment. Okay. So what's going on is my wife is getting our car fixed. And she's getting our car fixed. I am needing to go pick up my child from school. And we have done 7, 14, 19 hours so far. By streaming the way that we have, we've done 19 hours of content. My contract is 20 hours. I promised Ken 35. 35 does seem a little intimidating if I'm doing back-end work as well. But I have a couple of things that I have to do. I have to go pick up my child. I have to get back on stream with Wick at 6 p.m. Even if I don't stream that, I will be able to pull the content and add another hour of content to today. So that puts us at 6.5 hours, which is 7 hours of content today. And then also we need to pick up our medication because we just changed our health insurance. And tomorrow I will be traveling. So unfortunately, tomorrow I will not be with you fine, beautiful people. I will be packing, getting ready, getting a haircut, trying to look fresh, and traveling up to Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, which I think is just outside of DC. I don't know where Tim Pool stays specifically. I'm not trying to dox him or anything, but it seems like a beautiful place. Like I would genuinely, if I had to live near DC, I would probably try to live in Harper's Ferry, to be honest. But I'm going up there. On Friday morning, I'll be debating Fabian Liberty about whether or not the welfare state created the modern woman. I think that's the evident answer is no. And then there's plenty of reasons why, and we'll get into that. We'll debate it. It'll try to be heated. I'll try to be contentious enough to fight Fabian and to fight Tim Pool while not being so rude that I am not invited back to the show. That'll be the balance, is trying to make a good name and a good impression for myself while not letting them get away with baloney. So that's kind of the game plan. So did his old bow ties not give that away? Yes, absolutely. That shotgun ain't even real. True. When the left says eat the rich, I don't like it, but I get it. That's what Christian Valera said. I agree. It's all good. You have us from frat. You saved us from frat douchebag bullshit. And good afternoon. See you at Wick. All right, cool. Well, thank you, Christian Valera. Your faith in being here consistently gives me faith. So even if there's one day where you're like, you know what, screw this Connor guy, I don't even want to be here. Literally just run me in the background and say hi, and that'll give me the faith and the confidence to continue with my day. I genuinely appreciate your stalwart viewership, even while I say wild things. Well, QC John says just no F slurs and you'll be fine. Well, yeah. I gotta be normal. No F slurs, no N words, nothing wild. I gotta be PG-13, which is okay. I am going to plug the Dono link one more time for VOD viewers, because I think I only plugged Donos once today, and we did get a Dono, so I do appreciate that. The channel, Valor Network, is not monetized yet, so you donating does help out. If you don't have money, don't worry about it. If you're rich and you have a retirement account and you want to spread the wealth, then please do so. Baloney? I hate baloney. Exactly. All right. Well, it is 2:46. I'm supposed to be walking to my son's school, which is a block or two away. So I need to get going. But we still ended the stream with around 30 people. You don't have to accept my kiss, but I'm going to send it to you anyways. Parasocial love. We did peak out around 50 or 60 when we were having the more drama, contentious videos. I think I pissed some people off with my Daniel Penny takes, but that's okay. And we'll obviously dial in the content and dial in who we're fighting and dial in how we're building it and how many hours I spend live versus back end work, where we are a work in progress. So quality will only improve with time. So yeah, time to watch the Nintendo Direct. Excellent. Good. Go watch Warhammer. Go watch Nintendo. Go watch whatever beautiful thing makes your world more rich. So anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. I hope you guys have a beautiful night. Bye for now.